Story 1. Okay, buckle up. It's time to tell you about the night I almost became a permanent fixture on the side of Highway 17. The kind of night that makes you question everything. The kind that smells like diesel and dread. The kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up and scream. I'm not a young buck anymore. Been hauling freight for 30 years. Seen my share of weird. But this was something else entirely. It started like any other Tuesday, another run to the coast, another load of timber. The sun was a hazy orange smear on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rust and blood. I felt old and tired. My joints burned, my eyes felt gritty, and I swear, even the truck was complaining with a series of low groans and whines. I should have turned back, should have listened to that nagging whisper in the back of my skull. But you know how it is. The bills don't pay themselves. I rumbled down the highway, the road a black ribbon unraveling under my tires. There was a strange stillness in the air, a heavy silence that pressed in on you, suffocating. Even the usual cacophony of crickets and frogs seemed to have gone mute, as if holding their breath in anticipation. Then I saw them, or rather, I thought I saw them. Figures huddled in the trees watching. They flickered in my peripheral vision, like shadows dancing in the corners of my eyes. I'd squint, try to get a clearer view, but they would always disappear, melting back into the darkness like phantoms. I chalked it up to fatigue, needed a strong cup of coffee, and a good night's sleep in a real bed. The next few hours passed in a blur of road and strange occurrences. The air grew thicker, heavier, as if I was driving through wet cement. The wind picked up, a howl that sounded like a woman screaming in agony. My truck felt sluggish, each mile feeling like 10, each turn of the wheel a struggle. And then, the lights. Not the usual headlights of an oncoming car, but pinpricks of luminescence bobbing in the distance, low to the ground, like fireflies possessed by demons. They seemed to swarm towards me, a glittering cloud of malevolent sparks. I hit the gas, trying to outrun them, but they seemed to keep pace, always just out of reach, a chorus of tiny, burning eyes. I pulled into a rest stop. A small, lonely spot in the middle of nowhere. The place was deserted, the only sounds were the wind, which felt like icy fingers caressing my skin, and the faint whisper. It was a voice, but I couldn't understand it. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, the toll of a long drive playing tricks on my mind. I went inside the run-down building. The restrooms were a mess, trash and mold everywhere. I decided to just go back to the truck. The inside of the truck was somehow worse. The air was heavy and stank like rotting meat. I looked out my window, and the shimmering lights I had seen were now on the outside of my cab, scratching at the metal, making a high-pitched screeching noise. I jumped back into the driver's seat, trying to figure out what was going on. I tried to start the truck. Nothing. Not even a turnover, like my battery was completely dead. I was trapped. The tiny lights outside were now more intense. They illuminated the cab like a carnival ride. They began coalescing into shapes, grotesque shapes, vaguely human, but elongated, twisted, with too many limbs and too many eyes. Their skin glistening like wet kelp. They were scratching at the windows, their movements jerky and unsettling, their eyes like cold coals. The whispering got louder. A chorus of voices speaking in a language I didn't recognize, yet understood with a bone-chilling clarity. They were not of this world. That much I knew, and they wanted something from me. Panic seized me, a cold hand squeezing my heart. I fumbled for my toolkit, desperate for something, anything, to protect myself. I found a heavy wrench, held it like a weapon, my knuckles white. My breath ragged. I watched them, their forms shifting, their bodies undulating like a disturbed shoal of fish. They began to press against the truck, the metal groaning under their combined weight. The windows creaked, seemed to buckle under the assault, threatening to shatter into shards of glass. Then, the truck began to move, not under its own power, but as if it was being pulled. It was like being dragged across the ground, scraping and bumping against rocks and tree roots. The beings outside shrieked, their voices a discordant chorus of rage and hunger. I screamed, my throat raw and bleeding, a primal cry of fear and desperation. The truck tilted further, threatening to roll, to flip me over like a discarded toy. And then, the light, a sudden flash. A blinding, white light. It seemed to tear the darkness apart, to rip through the veil that separated this world from whatever lurked beyond. The beings recoiled, hissing like snakes, their forms flickering and dissolving into the darkness. The truck, freed from their grasp, came to a halt, shuddering and groaning. The light faded, leaving me in the darkness, my chest heaving, my body shaking. The whispering was gone, replaced by the gentle sound of the wind, no longer a scream, but a soft, mournful sigh. I scrambled out of the truck, my legs weak, my mind reeling. The sky was beginning to lighten, the first rays of sun painting the horizon with a tentative glow. The rest stop, in the cold light of day, seemed different, smaller, less menacing. The trees stood still, the road stretched out, empty and inviting. I looked back at the truck, expecting to see signs of damage, of the horrors I had witnessed. But there was nothing, not a scratch, not a dent, not a single sign that anything had ever happened. I tried to start the truck, it started up immediately. I got in and drove away. I never looked back. I never stopped. I'm telling you this story because some things, some experiences, leave a mark, a scar on your soul that never quite fades. And sometimes, when I'm driving late at night, when the road ahead is dark and empty, I catch a flicker in the periphery, a glimpse of those shimmering lights, and I just know that they're still out there, lurking, waiting, patiently, for the darkness to return. And I'm not sure what scares me more, that the things I saw that night were real, or that they were all in my head. Story 2. The highway shimmered, a black, oily serpent under the merciless glare of the desert sun. I'd seen roads like this before. Of course, endless ribbons of asphalt unspooling into the nowhere. But this stretch of desolate Route 39, felt different. It felt alive somehow, breathing with a low, guttural pulse that resonated deep in my bones. I'm a long-haul trucker, name's Earl. And I've hauled everything from frozen chickens to industrial laths across this godforsaken country. I've seen the weird and the weary. But this road, this was something else entirely. The air was thick, heavy with a silence that wasn't natural. It pressed against my ears, a physical weight that muffled the world. The usual sounds, the whine of tires, the distant hum of a passing car, they were all muted, swallowed by the oppressive stillness. It was as if the road itself was absorbing all sound, hoarding it for some unknown, unholy purpose. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, a nervous tic I hadn't had before. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself it was just the heat, just fatigue playing tricks on my mind. But a cold dread, slick as ice, had taken root in my gut. The sun, that infernal eye in the sky, seemed to twist and distort, its light painting strange, writhing patterns on the asphalt. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shadows. They were alive too, I realized, shifting and swirling like pools of dark ink. They stretched unnaturally long, reaching out with spindly fingers as if to pluck me from my cab, to drag me down into their inky depths. I glanced in my side mirror, expecting to see the familiar blur of the truck, but there was only the road, a black, obsidian mirror reflecting the warped sky, and a deeper, darker void below. I sped up, my foot pressing harder on the gas. The needle climbed on the speedometer, but I didn't feel any faster. It was like the road was a treadmill, the scenery only a looping, distorted film. The tumbleweeds, those dried husks of desert vegetation, began to change too. They weren't rolling innocently anymore. They were crawling, skittering, their thorny branches contorting into claw-like shapes. They scurried across the blacktop, always just out of the corner of my eye, a chorus of silent, unsettling movement. They seemed to be trying to encircle my truck, to trap me within their thorny embrace. I tried to focus on the white line, the dashed marker of the road's edge. It pulsated though, a faint, phosphorescent glow. It wasn't a line painted on the road, it was something else. Something organic. It throbbed with a slow, viscous life, like a vein bulging beneath the surface. The other lines, those yellow streaks that divided the lanes, they began to melt, to drip, like candle wax left too close to a flame. They flowed together, forming a thick, sticky goo that crawled across the asphalt. I swerved, trying to avoid the creeping sludge, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The truck lurched, the tires squealing in protest, a sound that seemed to echo back at me mocking, distorted. The road was undulating now, rising and falling like the back of some immense, slumbering beast. I felt my stomach churn, nausea rising in my throat like bile. It wasn't the truck swaying, it was the road itself, manipulating us both like puppets on a string. Then I saw them. Figures emerging from the shadows that danced along the road. They weren't human, not entirely. They were elongated, their limbs impossibly stretched, their faces blank and featureless, like polished stones. They were the road's children, I knew, born of the asphalt and the darkness. They were shambling forward, their movements jerky and unnatural, their black, unblinking eyes fixed on me, burning holes into my soul. They reached for the truck, their long, bony fingers scraping against the metal, leaving trails of black, oily residue. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming, a high-pitched shriek against the oppressive silence. The truck shuddered, throwing me forward against my seat belt. The engine stalled, coughing once, twice, then died, leaving me in a vacuum of silence. The road was alive all around me, the lines crawling, the shadows writhing, and the figures closing in. They were upon me now, their cold hands grabbing at the door, their featureless faces pressed against the glass. I could feel the road's desire, its yearning to absorb me, to become part of its endless, shifting landscape. It pulsed and squirmed. I scrambled for the fire axe that I keep stashed under my seat. My hands shook as I gripped the handle, the smooth steel cool against my sweat-slicked skin. I swung the axe, smashing at the door, trying to break free. The metal buckled, but the door held. The figures pressed closer, their touch cold and clammy, their black eyes boring into my soul. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that was swallowed by the vastness of the desert. The road, I saw, was closing in, its asphalt tendrils creeping up around the truck, like the grasping fingers of some titanic beast, intent on pulling us both beneath its obsidian skin. With one final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged forward, swinging the axe with all the force I could muster at the windshield. The glass shattered, spiderwebs of cracks appearing across its surface. I scrambled out through the opening, landing hard on the hot asphalt. The road seemed to heave with disappointment, the figures recoiling as I rolled away. I scrambled to my feet, glancing back. The truck was sinking. Slowly, the black road divided, pulling it down as if it was quicksand. The figures were reaching, clawing, but they couldn't reach me. The truck was gone. Nothing was left but the dark, shimmering asphalt. I turned and ran, without looking back, praying that I could outrun this living, breathing horror. I fled, swallowed by the same, endless, desolate road, knowing, with cold, unwavering certainty, that it would eventually find me again. The road was the monster and it was hungry. Story 3. The sun, a malevolent eye, glared down, baking the blacktop. My rig, a metal beast, rumbled beneath me. I'd been driving for what felt like days. Maybe weeks, I wasn't sure anymore. It had started subtly. The same gas station. The same peeling paint on the convenience store, always appearing on my right. The same stretch of cracked highway, stretching out before me, like a serpent, forever uncoiling. I tried turning around. I tried taking the exit ramps, but it was no use. Each attempt, each desperate hope for escape, led me back to that same damned road. It was a loop, an endless carousel of asphalt and despair. At first, it was just a minor annoyance, a strange glitch in the matrix. But, as the loops piled on, the scenery started to change, not dramatically, not suddenly, but in a slow, sickening metamorphosis. The trees lining the road, once green and vibrant, now stood gnarled, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers reaching out. The sky, once a comforting blue, became a bruised, purple-tinged horror, always threatening to crack and spill its contents onto the world. Then, the figures began to appear, translucent wisps, like smoke made flesh. They lined the roadside, these spectral inhabitants, their forms shifting, shimmering, as if caught between realities. They were me, or at least, they felt like me. I saw a younger version, a boy with scraped knees, his face buried in the dirt, weeping. I saw a man in a tailored suit, his face contorted in a mask of rage, his fist clenched tight. Another, an older man, his eyes hollow. Staring into the void, his skin wrinkled and withered. Each spectral figure a glimpse of a life, a past, a possibility, playing out on this highway of infinite torment. It was a gallery of my discarded souls. I had lived here before, in some way. Every single one of those figures felt like me, a lost version of my soul. The road itself, it squirmed beneath my tires. Cracks, like spider veins, spread across the asphalt, pulsating with a faint, reddish glow. It felt alive, breathing beneath the wheels, like some immense, subterranean creature. The rumble of my rig felt less like a machine and more like the growl of a beast, trapped with me in this perpetual cage. My own reflection, in the side mirror, seemed to melt and reform, with each loop growing more gaunt, more haunted, more inhuman. The faces in the mirror whispered things, barely audible, tales of failure, of missed opportunities, of choices made that led to nowhere. They were echoes, reverberating through the fabric of my being, taunting me with the weight of my past. One time, the gas station. The usual one that always appeared on my right changed. It wasn't the same one, no longer peeling and faded. Now it was sleek, made of chrome and glass, like some futuristic nightmare. Inside, spectral figures moved, in slow motion, their movements jerky, like broken dolls. They looked, unblinking, at me as I passed by. Their mouths moved, without sound, forming words that I couldn't hear, but I could feel in the pit of my stomach. It was a nausea that didn't stop. They were communicating with me, in a way, even though I couldn't hear them. They were judging me, analyzing my every thought. The ghostly versions of myself on the side of the road became more agitated, their movements more frantic, as if they were trying to warn me. They reached out, their translucent hands clawing at the air, trying to pull me from my cab, to join them in their purgatorial existence. The highway began to ripple, like a disturbed pond. The painted lines twisting and turning into grotesque, impossible shapes. The very fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges, exposing glimpses of something else, something vast and terrible, that lay just beyond the veil. I saw for brief flashes the landscape dissolve, replaced by visions of gaping abysses, swirling vortexes, and monstrous, unidentifiable shapes, moving through a cosmic gloom. I heard a chorus of screams, not from the spectral figures, but from somewhere else, a cacophony of raw, unadulterated terror that seemed to seep into my very soul. The next loop, things changed drastically. It felt like something was accelerating. The scenery was not the usual. Now it looked as if I was going into another dimension, or some kind of terrible vision. The road turned into a swirling vortex of colors, a psychedelic maelstrom of light and shadow. The ghostly figures were no longer wisps. They were almost solid, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. They converged on me, they surrounded me, these spectral versions of my past, their mouths open, in silent screams, their hands reaching for me. I felt them, their touch cold and clammy, tugging at my flesh, trying to drag me out of my rig, out of my reality. My cab started to deform, the metal twisting and groaning, as if something was crushing it from the inside out. The steering wheel vibrated with a malevolent pulse, sending shivers up my arms. The glass in my windows began to crack and spiderweb. The road and the surroundings became a distorted, almost painful blur. Then, I saw it, at the end of the road, an opening, a gaping maw of darkness, pulsating with a sinister light. It was not an exit, but a consumption. My rig, accelerating uncontrollably, was pulled towards it, like a moth to a flame. The ghostly figures were cheering now, their voices a chorus of gleeful madness as they pushed me towards my final destination. I braced myself, gripping the steering wheel with all my might, but it was no use. I was a tiny speck, about to be swallowed by a vast, cosmic nothingness. The darkness consumed me. The last thing I saw was the twisted, grinning faces of my spectral past as the vortex closed around me. The last thing I felt was the chilling emptiness of the infinite. Story 4. It was a late-night run, hauling a load of, well, let's just say, something that smelled vaguely of lemons and despair. Across the Nevada desert, the air was thick, still, and heavy. It felt like breathing through a damp, wool blanket. I'd seen a lot of weird things on the road. Trucking, it's a life of weird, late-night experiences. But tonight was different. Something was definitely off. The first sign was a shiver, not of cold, but of something wrong. The asphalt, that endless, gray canvas, it started to tremble. Not like a quake, no sudden jolt, but a slow, sickening undulation, like a belly about to heave. I squinted, thinking, maybe it was just the heat playing tricks. The highway, though, continued its dance, the surface rippling like disturbed water. My tires, they began to whine a different tune, a low, mournful thrum, as if the road itself was complaining about the pressure. Then, a flicker on the horizon. Headlights, I thought, relieved for a split second. Then I saw it was wrong, completely wrong. The lights weren't coming towards me, they were dipping, sinking into the blacktop. It was like watching a ship being swallowed by the sea, the cab of the semi vanishing slowly into the writhing asphalt. A scream, a high-pitched shriek cut through the night, and then silence. Thick, oppressive silence. My blood ran cold. This wasn't normal. This wasn't some pothole. This was something else, something alive. My hands tightened around the wheel. The road ahead, it looked like a monstrous, black maw, ready to devour anything that crossed its path. The asphalt became slick, almost like wet flesh, and the white lines, they pulsed under its surface. I could feel the road beneath my tires, breathing a slow, heavy, rhythmic pulse. I tried to steer, a sharp turn towards the shoulder, but the truck, it wouldn't listen. It felt like it was being pulled by some unseen force toward the center of the road. The asphalt began to bubble, large, grotesque blisters rising and popping with a sickening squelch. The smell, a full, putrid stench, like rotting meat, rose from the road, filling the cab and clinging to the back of my throat. The landscape on either side became a blur, an indistinguishable mix of shadows and twisted shapes. Panic clawed at my throat. This wasn't a road. It was a predator, and I was its prey. The sensation of something pulling at my tires grew stronger. I could feel the asphalt, now gripping, latching onto my truck, like a hungry mouth trying to taste my steel carcass. The cab vibrated, a bone-shaking tremor, as the road began to actively try to consume it. My mirrors became useless, reflecting only the writhing, black surface behind me, inching closer, faster. I glanced behind me. It was like looking at the inside of a beast's throat. I tried the brakes. Nothing. My rig was an obedient child of the road, being pulled forward with inexorable force. The cab was starting to groan, the metal screeching under the pressure. The windshield, it seemed to bulge outward, as if something was pushing it from underneath the road itself. I saw my reflection in the glass, a mask of pure terror. I was trapped in a steel coffin, about to be buried alive by the highway. My thoughts spun like a damaged record. I needed to get out. No bow. I struggled with the door, finally wrenching it open. The air outside was thick with the same foul odor, but it was, at least, breathable. I jumped free from the cab, landing hard. On the edge of the road, not the shoulder. The asphalt itself felt warm, too warm, like the flesh of something living and breathing beneath my boots. It felt disgusting, like stepping on a warm corpse. I looked back. The truck, it was half swallowed, the cab disappearing into the writhing black mass. The wheels were spinning in vain as the asphalt continued to devour its metallic feast. Then, the hunger focused on me. The road rippled around my feet as the asphalt started to reach, tendrils of black slime reaching like grasping fingers across the road towards me. My heart pounded in my chest like a trapped bird desperate to escape. I ran as fast as I could away from the hungry maw. The road, it seemed, to pursue its writhing, hungry surface surging forward like a wave of living tar. The black tendrils were coming closer, they were too fast, reaching, trying to latch onto my leg. I could hear a low, guttural growl emanating from the road, a sound of pure, primordial hunger. I felt the first tendril wrap itself around my boot, pulling me down into the pulsating black surface. The asphalt, it sucked at my leg, pulling me deeper into its abyss. I grabbed at the rough texture of the shoulder, the dirt and grass, offering a brief salvation as I clawed, desperately, pulling myself back up. The tendrils tore at my clothes, a sharp, tearing sensation. I broke free, one leg covered in black slime. I scrambled onto the shoulder, not stopping. I could feel the road behind me, the hunger following me. It was relentless. The pursuit was terrifying. I knew I had to get away completely from this monstrosity. I staggered, I tripped, I stumbled through the darkness. The low growls behind me, the constant threat of the road haunting every step. I finally found myself on an embankment overlooking the highway. I turned to watch the living road devour my truck, the last of my hope being consumed. The cab disappeared completely, swallowed without a trace. The highway calmed and the black, rippling surface slowly smoothed out, becoming the bland gray ribbon once more. But I knew it was still there beneath the surface. It was waiting patiently for another, unsuspecting soul to drive into its maw. I stood there, on the edge of the world, listening to the soft, rhythmic pulse of the living road, forever scarred and forever haunted. The highway had shown me its hunger, and I had survived, barely, to tell the tale. The I-80 was no longer just a road, it was a living beast, waiting for its next meal. And I knew in my heart that I would never ever look at asphalt the same way again. The asphalt is alive and it's hunting drivers. Story 5. The highway unspooled, a black ribbon under a bruised, purple sky. I, a man called Silas, gripped the steering wheel. The plastic slick beneath my calloused hands. My rig, a behemoth of chrome and steel, hummed a low, guttural song. It was a lonely song, as most of them are on these late-night runs. The air was thick, heavy, pregnant with the coming storm. Rain lashed against the windshield, a relentless, watery assault. I reached for the CB, a habit more than a necessity. Just to break the silence, you know. The usual chatter was absent, just the hiss and crackle of static. I turned the dial, searching for a voice, any voice. Suddenly, a garbled cry cut through the noise. Not like any static I have heard before. A voice full of terror, bubbling like oil, rising to the surface. Mayday. I'm trapped. The voice choked, barely audible under the static. Then nothing, just the hiss and crackle again, the void swallowing the sound. I frowned. That wasn't a call I had heard before. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. Just another trucker with a problem somewhere. I dismissed it, chalked it up to the atmospherics. But then it happened again. Another voice, this one deeper. Guttural, like scraping metal. These shadows, they're pulling me under. The words were ragged, each syllable torn from his throat. A sob, raw and desperate, followed. I felt a chill. Not from the storm outside, but something far colder, crawling up my spine. This wasn't ordinary static. This was something else, something wrong. I tried to reason with myself. Old recordings. Interference, anything but the truth that was forming at the edges of my mind. But the calls came, more frequently now, piercing the night like shards of broken glass. A woman's voice, high-pitched and shrill. The eyes, they are burning through me. Then a man, his voice a strangled whisper. Get off the road, just get away, or you're next. They were old calls, too, I realized, like recordings dug up from a forgotten graveyard. Some spoke of old roads, routes that had been abandoned, paved over long ago. Their agony, their despair, vibrated from the speaker with a tangible intensity. The CB wasn't picking up signals. It was resurrecting them, dredging them from the abyss. The road ahead shimmered, the lines on the asphalt twisting and contorting, and then I saw them. At first, faint and hazy, like specters rising from a fog-shrouded lake. Old trucks, relics of a forgotten era. Rusted and broken, their headlights burning with a sickly yellow glow. They were like specters of road, their bodies twisted and damaged, as though they had been through a battle. They were everywhere. Their drivers, oh God, their drivers were there as well. Shadowy figures with vacant eyes, faces contorted in a mask of unending pain. They gripped the wheel with skeletal hands, their forms flickering in the periphery like ghosts caught in the strobe of a nightmare. Their mouths moved, but the only sounds were those echoing through the CB, their final screams. The frantic pleas for help, coming again and again. They drifted in and out of existence, like the wind was pulling them out of thin air, then sending them back to the void. I slammed on the brakes, my rig shuddering and protesting. I swerved, trying to avoid the phantom trucks, but they were everywhere. They were in the middle of the road, on the sides, in the mirrors, closing in, closing in. The storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest inside my head. I started to scream. I yelled into the abyss, trying to banish these apparitions. It was useless. My throat burned, each gasp tasting like iron and ash. One of the old trucks, a monstrous, rusted Kenworth, pulled beside me. The driver, his eyes burning like coals, stared at me. A silent invitation to join his silent convoy. He reached out, a hand of bone and shadow, clawing at my window, scraping against the glass with the sound of chalk on a blackboard. I recoiled, shrinking back into my seat, my heart a trapped bird hammering against my ribs. His hand was like a spiderweb, black with dirt, with nails like talons. I pressed the accelerator, the engine screaming, the tires clawing at the asphalt. I sped up, the scenery outside a blur, but the specters were still there. I could see them in the mirror, in my peripheral vision, a macabre parade of the damned, forever trapped on this haunted highway. The static was now a chorus of their screams. I could hear, smell, almost taste the fear. Then, the CB flared, a singular, deafening blast. It was a new voice, deeper, colder than the rest. A voice that wasn't crying, screaming, or whimpering, but a calm, almost soothing baritone. It whispered, "You're almost here, Silas. Just a little further. You're going to be with us now. Just come on." I looked up. The rusted truck in front of me, the one with the burning eyes, was glowing with a terrible light. The driver was leaning forward, his skeletal grin widening, beckoning me towards him, towards the darkness. He was opening his arms to me, a gesture of welcome. I was caught in his tractor beams, pulled toward the other truck like a moth drawn to the burning flame. I felt my hands slipping from the wheel, my will fading, like the last whisper of breath. The highway wasn't just a road anymore, it was a gaping maw, and I was about to be swallowed whole. My rig lurched forward, leaving my hands free as though they were never on the wheel. My truck was now driving itself. The distance between my rig and the Spectre truck was closing. I saw the metal of the other vehicle was rusting like an old forgotten anchor, all jagged, and the cab seemed full of old bones. The burning eyes of the driver burned ever brighter. I closed my eyes, awaiting the embrace of the abyss. Story 6. The road stretched ahead, black ribbon under a bruised purple sky. Twilight, the hour when shadows lengthen and the world seems to hold its breath. I've seen countless sunsets, countless miles, but this one felt different. Heavier, like a bad omen hanging in the air. Then it rolled in, not like a natural fog but something else. A wall, a living thing, made of a thick, swirling vapor. It moved with an unnerving purpose. Swallowing the last vestiges of light, the air instantly cooling as it advanced. The world, just moments before bathed in the fading glory of a dying day, became an abyss of spectral gray. I slowed the rig, my heart hammering a panicked rhythm against my ribs. The usual road sounds, the hum of tires, the wind buffeting the mirrors, all were muted, swallowed by this encroaching dread. The fog wasn't uniform, no, it billowed and pulsed, and within its depths, I saw them, or what I thought were them. Figures, vaguely humanoid, but without any real substance. More like wisps of fog given form. They shifted and squirmed, their outlines blurry and indistinct. It was like witnessing nightmares take shape, spectral horrors dancing in the gray. The air grew colder still, biting, penetrating, like the chill that comes before a fever. I felt it seep into my bones, a profound, unnatural coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature outside. Panic clawed at my throat, and I tried to tell myself it was just the odd light, playing tricks, but I knew, deep down, this was no ordinary fog. This was something else, something ancient and malevolent. I flicked on my high beams, the twin beams of light cutting through the fog, trying to pierce the veil. But they only illuminated the dancing shapes, revealing them for what they truly were, not shadows or tricks, but terrible beings of vapor. They seemed to react to the light, swirling faster, their forms growing more defined, more menacing. One of them, larger than the others, seemed to look directly at me. There was no face, not in the human sense, but a swirling vortex of gray within the fog, a dark center that seemed to stare directly into my soul. I slammed the pedal down, trying to outrun them, trying to escape the encroaching dread. The truck roared, straining against the thick fog, but it was no use. The fog rolled on, keeping pace, the vaporous figures swirling around my vehicle, their touch a constant, creeping cold. I could feel it now, a growing sickness, a bone-deep chill that settled in my joints, making my muscles burn. The air was thick, heavy, and each breath felt like inhaling icy daggers. I coughed. A harsh, rattling sound, and it was as if the fog was working its way into my lungs, making my chest feel like it was filling with frozen lead. I tried to radio out, desperately flicking through channels. Nothing, only static, the crackling white noise a mocking counterpoint to the chilling silence of the fog. It had cut off the world, isolating me in this spectral prison. The figures drew closer, their movements becoming more deliberate, their forms taking on a disturbingly clear shape. They weren't quite human, but there were hints, suggestions, long, spindly limbs, bulbous, misshapen heads, all crafted from the swirling vapor. I saw one reach out, a long, wispy tendril of fog extending towards my window. I ducked back, fear flooding through me, the cold touch of the vapor already seeping through the glass, the coldness intensifying, sinking deeper into my flesh. They were touching the truck now, their vaporous hands pressing against the metal, leaving behind streaks of icy frost. The metal groaned, contracting in the cold, and I felt the truck shudder. Like a living thing in the throes of death, the figures began to press harder, surrounding the cab, the glass starting to groan under the pressure, threatening to give way. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white, each breath becoming more labored, more painful. The sickness was becoming worse, my muscles cramping, my vision blurring at the edges. The world was spinning now, a nauseating carousel of spectral horror. Then one of them, the large one with the vortex of dark mist for a face, moved directly in front of the windshield. its vaporous mass obscuring my view. It seemed to grow, becoming a hulking silhouette against the fog, blocking out any hope of escape. I could feel its presence now, a heavy, suffocating weight pressing down on my chest, like it was trying to crush the life out of me. My grip on the wheel loosened, my body racked by shivers, the cold having reached my core. I could barely hold my head up, my sight growing fuzzy. The world dissolving into a gray, swirling nightmare. I saw its vaporous hand extend once more, reaching through the glass, the material giving way with a sickening crack. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I was too far gone. The sickness and the cold had leached all strength from me. The vapor touched me, a chilling sensation that felt like 1,000 frozen needles piercing my skin. My heart seizing in my chest, the icy tendrils coiling around me. It was the end, and as my consciousness slipped, I saw a single, horrifying image. The dark vortex within the figure's form, widening as if it were about to consume my very soul, the darkness growing closer until it was all there was. Only cold. Story 7. Okay, here we go. The asphalt ribbon, unwound before me, slick and black under a sky pregnant with a malevolent kind of twilight. Not the gentle fade of sunset, but a bruised purple, oozing into the horizon. It was a light that seemed to suck the very color from the world, leaving everything drained, skeletal. I'd been hauling a load of timber from some godforsaken logging camp in northern Maine, and the isolation, it had already started to seep into my bones. The kind of quiet that buzzes in your ears, a constant reminder of how far you are from anything resembling civilization. This wasn't my usual run, my normal, safe, mundane routine. This was the backwoods, the places where maps had gaps. And the highway seemed to have been carved through the wilderness by something old, something unfeeling. The trees lining the road, they weren't just trees. They were twisted things. Their branches reaching like gnarled fingers, clawing at the sky, or maybe clawing at me. The wind that whistled through them wasn't the comforting sound of nature. It was a guttural moan, a lament that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. I tried to tell myself it was the long hours, the fatigue twisting my perception, but deep down, a cold knot was forming in my gut. I'd seen things out here, things that didn't belong in the realm of reality. Shadows that moved independently of the moon. Whispers carried on the wind that sounded like words spoken in a language I had never heard, never wanted to hear. I'd attributed them to the exhaustion, to the loneliness. Now, I wasn't so sure. It felt like more than just my mind playing tricks. It felt like something, some dark entity, was watching, was waiting. I passed an old gas station, abandoned, its pumps rusted, like skeletal fingers reaching up from the cracked pavement. The sign above it was tilted at a strange angle, the paint peeled like flayed skin. It wasn't just run down, it was wrong, like a piece of a nightmare that had somehow managed to manifest in the waking world. A shiver traced my spine despite the warm air in the cab. I accelerated, wanting to put more distance, more miles between me and that wretched place. A movement in my peripheral vision caught my eye. A flicker of something pale, something tall, amongst the trees. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming a protest against the unforgiving pavement. I strained my eyes, trying to get a better look, but the shapes within the dense woodland, they were too elusive. A trick of the light, I told myself, just the odd play of shadows. Yet, the uneasy feeling in my stomach intensified, that cold knot, growing heavier, tighter. I continued onward, the road now feeling like a trap. A path leading deeper into something dreadful, something indescribable. The air became thick, almost suffocating, the smell of damp earth and decay, permeating everything. The woods on either side seemed to close in, the trees leaning over the road as though trying to engulf me. The feeling of being watched was now tangible, pressing down on me like a physical weight. Then I saw it. In the middle of the road, directly in front of me, was a figure. Tall, gaunt, and unnaturally pale. It wasn't human. It stood motionless, blocking my path, its head bowed. as though contemplating something unspeakable. It was like a scarecrow, but instead of straw, it was fashioned from bone and sinew, the skin stretched tight over it like parchment. And its limbs. Oh God, they were elongated, impossibly thin, with joints that bent at unnatural angles. It was something ancient, something horrific, something that should not exist. I tried to stop, but the brakes. They felt mushy, unresponsive. The truck careened forward, momentum carrying me towards the awful figure. I swerved hard, trying to avoid a direct impact. I managed to veer just enough, but not before the side of my vehicle clipped its arm. The sound, it was sickening, a wet crack, followed by a shriek, piercing, utterly inhuman. The figure, it didn't fall, didn't crumble. It simply stood there, its head now raised, revealing eyes that glowed with a malevolent, cold light. It was the color of a winter sky, the color of a dead thing. My truck veered off the road, ploughing into the dense undergrowth. The impact, jarring and violent, sent me forward, smashing into the steering wheel. I fought to regain control, wrestling with the steering wheel, trying to get back onto the road. The tires spun, sinking deeper into the soft earth. Through the smashed windshield, I could see the figure. It was moving, slowly, deliberately, towards me. It was faster than it should be. It was not hampered by the rough terrain. Each step it took sent shivers down my spine. Its gait was like a predatory spider. Panic took hold, and I clawed at the door, desperate to escape the confines of the cab. I stumbled out, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My legs felt heavy-laden, but I forced myself to run, desperate to put distance between me and that awful thing. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran, the trees blurring around me, branches whipping my face, the ground uneven beneath my feet. I kept glancing back, and I saw it. It was gaining, it was getting closer. The creature's movements were fluid, graceful, despite its grotesque form. Its limbs extended further with each step, like some horrible nightmare conjured from the darkest recesses of my mind. It let out another shriek, a guttural sound that echoed through the woods, sending birds scattering into the sky, their cries mingling with my own panicked breaths. It was closing the distance between us now, its glowing eyes fixed on me. I stumbled, tripping over a root, sprawling face first into the dirt. I tried to scramble back, my hands slipping in the damp soil. I looked up, and it was there, standing over me, its shadow blotting out the dim light of the sky. Its face was inches away, its breath. It smelled of decay and something else, something acrid, something otherworldly. It raised its long, skeletal hand, its fingers ending in sharp points, like obsidian shards. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, waiting for that sharp point to pierce my skin. Then, I heard a tearing sound, a sound of ripping flesh. But it wasn't mine. I opened my eyes, and I saw it. Another figure, identical to the first, its features just as gaunt and unnerving. But this one was different. It was darker, its skin almost charcoal, its eyes a deeper, more malevolent red. This figure had ripped the other apart, like a cloth doll. The sound, it was horrific, wet, sickening. The red eyes, they found me, locking with mine. And then there was a voice. Not spoken, but inside my head, a voice that resonated with a cold, bottomless dread. It simply said, "Go." I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled back to my truck, somehow managing to wrench the door open. I pulled myself inside, fumbling with the keys. The engine coughed, sputtered, and finally roared to life. The wheels spun, throwing up mud and debris. And I threw the vehicle into gear, not caring that I was stuck in the dirt. All I knew was that I had to get away. I had to escape the place where the trees screamed and the monsters walked. I didn't look back, I didn't dare. Story ache. The air hung thick, a damp shroud clinging to my skin. I pulled the rig off the blacktop, the gravel crunching a discordant symphony beneath the tires. This place, Whispering Pines, was supposed to be a quiet spot, a haven for an overnight rest. The map had shown a small clearing, a pocket of calm deep within the woods. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and angry orange, I wasn't so sure. The trees, tall and skeletal, glowed at the fading light. Their branches were like gnarled fingers reaching, grasping. I cut the engine, the sudden silence deafening, oppressive. I reached for my thermos, the metal cold against my palm. The coffee tasted acrid, bitter, like burnt earth. A shiver traced its way down my spine, a feeling not of cold, but of something else. Unease, maybe. A primal instinct screaming that I was not alone. I'd parked my rig facing away from the road, the woods my immediate backdrop. The trailer was long, almost a wall between me and the world. I didn't bother with the window covers, opting to keep them open, hoping for some sense of connection to the world. But the woods were so deep and dark. They had their own sense of logic, their own way of being. I was an intruder here, something I could feel in my bones. I settled in, trying to ignore the gnawing sensation in my gut. I tried to listen to the distant sounds of the forest, hoping they would be calming. Owls hooted, a mournful melody. Insects buzzed with tireless energy. But beneath all of that, a faint sound, something more insidious started to form. It was a whisper, so low I thought it might be the wind. But it wasn't. It was like voices, soft and ethereal, filtering through the canopy. My name, my own name, was being spoken. Elias. It was a chorus, a sibilant symphony of breath and rustling leaves. I shot up, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pressed my face against the window, trying to pierce the inky blackness outside. The trees, so still just moments before, seemed to be swaying with an unnatural rhythm. It was almost a dance, a slow, hypnotic sway. I couldn't see any wind, not even a breeze. The leaves just moved of their own volition. Elias. The voices whispered again, louder this time. They were coming from everywhere. Or rather, it seemed like it. It was hard to tell. Some were high, some were low. Some were raspy and old, some sounded like children. They were weaving through the trees, weaving through the air. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it was no use. The voices were in my head now, a constant, maddening drone. I scrambled to the front of the cab, desperately trying to start the rig, my hands shaking on the keys. My throat felt as though it had been clogged with sand, and I cuffed, hacking for a single clear breath. The engine sputtered, cuffed, then died. Again, I turned the key. And again, nothing. Just the same mocking silence. Except it wasn't silent. It was laced with the whispers, my name echoing in the void. Panic clawed at my throat. I needed to leave. I needed to be anywhere but here. The truck, my sanctuary, had become a prison, a cage keeping me trapped with the things that lurked just beyond the glass. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting a pathetic swath through the darkness. I opened the door, the hinges screaming in protest. As soon as my feet touched the ground, it was as though the forest exhaled, surrounding me. The trees were closer now, much closer. I could see their bark twisted and gnarled, like the skin of some ancient beast. The branches were no longer reaching. They were reaching toward me. And then they started to move, not swaying but walking. Or something like it. They dragged themselves along the ground, their roots like grotesque, spindly legs. And the voices grew louder. Much louder now, a cacophony of breath and sibilance, all calling my name. I stumbled backward, my legs turning to jelly. I dropped the flashlight, the beam scattering. And the darkness felt thick and suffocating. I tried to run, but the ground was soft, like quicksand. And the trees were closing in. I could feel the sharp twigs scratching my skin, the rough bark scraping against my clothes. The air was heavy, wet with a smell that was sharp and foul, like decaying leaves and damp earth, and something else, something acrid and foul. One of the trees, the largest of them, its trunk thick and knotted, reached out toward me, and it formed a grotesque hand, its branches morphing, twisting, turning into long, bony fingers. They closed around my arm, their grip surprisingly strong, dragging me closer to the trunk, closer to the whispering mass. The sound vibrated through me, the feeling of the wood against my flesh. The pressure of the bark, it was all terribly real. I kicked, I struggled, I thrashed, but it was no use. The tree pulled me closer, its branches tightening, squeezing, its voice now a roar in my ear. And as I was pulled into the darkness, into the heart of the whispering wood, the last thing I saw was the sky, bruised purple and angry orange, disappearing above me, and the sound of my name echoed in the void. My name became the void, lost amongst the cacophony of the whispering trees. The sound was so loud, I felt my very existence being ripped apart. There was no pain anymore, just the sound of my name repeating over and over again. Story 9. The mountain pass. It was always a beast. A ribbon of twisted asphalt clinging to the side of something ancient and unforgiving. I'd driven it 1,000 times, or maybe more. Each trip was the same. A monotonous ballad of gears and the hypnotic hum of the tires. But tonight, things were different. A chill, not the kind brought by the mountain air, but a deeper, more sinister cold, had settled into the cab of my rig. I remember glancing to my left. Just a reflex, habit. But that's when I saw them. Luminous eyes. 2 of them. Yellow, like the light of a dying star, but burning with a hateful intensity. They were nestled deep within the black maw of the woods, watching. Staring. It wasn't an animal. I knew that the moment I saw them. There was an intelligence there, something cold, calculating, and absolutely, terribly wrong. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, pushing the old rig harder than I should. The engine roared, a defiant bellow against the oppressive silence of the pass, but the eyes, they didn't waver. They followed, their gaze fixed on me, on my cab, on my terrified form. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles bone white, my breath catching in my throat. I kept pushing, kept moving. I refused to acknowledge that feeling, that awful sense that I was being hunted. As the night deepened, the feeling only grew stronger. It started with rustling in the underbrush. A subtle sound, at first, just the leaves shifting, then more pronounced. It sounded like something big, something heavy, moving with a speed that defied its size. The sounds would trail behind me, keeping pace with the truck, a dark orchestra of menace echoing in the pre-dawn gloom. The eyes. They would appear on the periphery, peeking out from behind trees. Always watching. Always waiting. I tried to rationalize, to tell myself it was just a bear, maybe a deer. Something explainable. But deep down, in that primal place where fear takes root, I knew what I was seeing. I knew it wasn't of this world. The way it moved, the malevolence in those eyes. It was not natural. It was something that shouldn't be. Sleep became a luxury, a distant memory. I'd pull over for short periods, in the brief interims where I could no longer fight my exhaustion. The minute the engine died, that cold, heavy feeling would settle back in. The rustling always began again, the eyes appearing in the inky darkness. Even with the doors locked, the windows closed, I felt vulnerable. Like my metal shell was just tissue paper against that thing. I began to see it more clearly each time, a vague humanoid shape, tall and gaunt. Its skin a shade of gray that seemed to absorb the light. Its limbs were too long, its head was too big, its posture unnatural. It moved with a fluidity that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Each day, I would start my engine and leave the mountain roads, and each night the cycle would begin anew. The stalker would come, more insistent each time. It was like it was testing me, wearing me down, preparing for the final act. I knew. I just knew. Then came the night they'd all the others pale in comparison. The trees on both sides of the road pressed in, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air was thick, heavy with a strange, cloying smell, like decaying meat. The rustling was no longer subtle. It was a frantic, desperate thrashing, as though whatever was tracking me was no longer content to observe from afar. It wanted to close the distance. I could see it now. A fleeting glimpse of a monstrous silhouette. its frame impossibly thin yet somehow bulky at the same time. I stomped on the gas, the rig screaming in protest, but the creature kept pace, its unnatural stride eating up the distance with frightening ease. The eyes, they were closer now. Closer than ever before. I could see tiny points of reflected light. They weren't just yellow. They were a swirling, hypnotic vortex of yellow and red. It slammed into the side of my trailer. The metal buckled. The cab rattled. I almost lost control of the rig. The impact was immense. But the creature was still there, clinging to the side, its claws scratching at the metal. The sound, it was nails on a chalkboard magnified tenfold. The cab filled with that putrid smell of rot. I glanced out my side window. The thing was inches from my face. It was looking directly at me. Its face devoid of any humanity, its skin stretched taut over bone. Its mouth a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Those eyes, they were boring into my very soul, promising unspeakable horror. I knew I couldn't outrun it. I knew it had caught me. My only thought was I wanted to go out fighting. I turned the wheel hard, sending the truck careening towards the edge of the road. The metal screamed as it collided with the rock face of the mountain. The impact sent the monster flying, but I was not going down without taking it with me. The air filled with the sound of metal screeching against rock and the sickening crunch of bone. The cabin filled with pain, a sharp stabbing pain in my side. But that was not my biggest concern. Through the cracked glass, I saw it rise, the creature. It was broken, it was mangled, but it was still alive. And it was coming for me. It was moving slower now, but the same hunger burned in its eyes. I felt the cold, damp earth as it began to creep towards me. My sight began to fade. As the creature approached, I could see something glistening in its mouth. It had not come for me to kill me. It had come to feast. Story 10. I'm no stranger to loneliness, not after 20 years on the long haul. But this night, the silence felt heavier, thicker, like a shroud. Then I saw him, a figure hunched at the edge of the road, thumb outstretched like a desperate claw. I almost ignored him, but something in the way his shoulders sagged, his head bowed. It tugged at me. I pulled over, the air brakes hissing like a serpent's exhale. He shuffled toward the cab, his face hidden in the shadows of a tattered hat. He spoke, his voice a low, guttural rasp. "Mister, can you take me a ways?" It wasn't a question, more a weary plea. "All right, get in." I grunted, and he clambered in, a bundle of worn denim and unspoken grief. The cab smelled of stale coffee and pine air freshener, a familiar and comforting aroma. But as he settled in, a strange, acrid odor began to mingle with it, like decaying leaves and damp earth. I glanced at him, but his face was still obscured, his presence an unsettling weight in the small space. I tried to make conversation, usual small talk about destinations, weather, nothing profound. He responded only in single words, hollow echoes that seemed to dissipate as soon as they were spoken. The miles melted away, the landscape a blur of dark trees and shadowed hills. The air in the cab grew colder, and the acrid odor became more intense, making the back of my throat burn. I looked over at the hitchhiker again, his head still lowered. But his shoulders seemed to have shifted to be broader, more familiar. A flicker of unease sparked in the pit of my stomach, a cold, sharp prick of something wrong. Then, the change started. Subtle at first, a shift in the angle of his jaw, the way his ear was cupped. It was like clay molding before my very eyes. His hands, gnarled and calloused moments before, became smooth, slender. The nails shaping into perfect ovals, adorned with a hint of crimson nail polish. My breath caught, a gasp frozen in my throat. His head finally lifted, his features illuminated by the dashboard lights. And I saw her, Sarah, my wife, smiling, with her loving eyes, her radiant hair cascading around her face. She was here, in my truck. "Honey," she whispered. Her voice was Sarah's voice, but it had a strange, resonant echo to it. My heart pounded in my chest, a drum of terror against the fragile cage of my ribs. This wasn't my Sarah. I slammed on the brakes, the truck bucking and screaming in protest. I lunged for the door handle, desperate to escape, to get away from this grotesque imitation. But she reached for my hand, her touch cold, clammy, like a corpse pulled from a river, and in that instant, I saw it again, the shift, the molding. Her face contorted, her eyes widened. They grew larger, pools of inky black, and her smile became a rictus, a horrible caricature of my love. Then, her features changed again. They shrunk. The hair shortening and turning into a tousled mess of brown curls, a small face appeared, my daughter, Lily, with her bright, innocent eyes looking at me. "Daddy, are we there yet?" she said. Her voice, my daughter's voice, a haunting imitation that sliced through me like shattered glass. My hands shook, sweat beading on my forehead. What was happening? I needed to get out. Needed to escape from this twisted theater playing out in my cab. I fumbled for my knife, its worn handle cool against my palm, as my son, Thomas, appeared, my precious boy, his small freckled face staring at me, his hand outstretched. He just wanted a hug. "Daddy, I love you." The words were sweet, innocent, laced with a poison of deceit, the shape shifting before me. I couldn't tell, was it Sarah, Lily, or Thomas? They all merged and twisted, an unholy trinity of deception. I swung the knife. I couldn't think, or feel anything. My world was fear. My body was on autopilot, driven by some primal instinct to survive. The blade tore through the air, the truck cab filled with a chorus of screams. The figure before me contorted once more, melting, shifting into a grotesque mockery of all of them. My family, their features all jumbled, like a broken, horrifying mosaic. A mouth of jagged teeth, a single eye that stared with chilling intensity, and limbs that twisted at unnatural angles. It was something from my nightmares. The stench grew unbearable, like a charnel house filled with rotting flesh. It lurched toward me, its form writhing. It made a noise, a guttural chittering, that grated on my sanity. My adrenaline surged. I swung, the blade sunk into the thing, but there was no blood. Just a dark, viscous fluid oozing from the wound. It roared, a sound that clawed at my eardrums, and attacked with the ferocity of a cornered beast. It was trying to tear me apart. The thing was fast and surprisingly strong. It scratched and clawed, leaving deep, burning gashes on my arms and chest. I fought back, fueled by pure desperation. I stabbed and kicked, my entire body screaming in protest. I pushed it back, forcing it against the door, and with a final, guttural cry, I kicked open the passenger door and shoved it out. The thing tumbled onto the asphalt, its form shifting and writhing in the pale moonlight. Then, it went still, melting into a pool of dark, oily substance on the roadside. I stared at the stain, heart hammering in my chest, breath ragged and shallow, the world spinning around me. The smell lingered, a constant, nose-eating reminder of what had been here. It was over, it had to be, but the fear, it wouldn't release its grip on me. The shapes and faces I saw, they would never leave me. I knew this in my soul. I turned the truck, moving on, but the fear, the chilling, primal terror, rode beside me, my constant companion on the long, desolate road ahead. I never stopped thinking about it. I am sure I never will. Story 11. The unending ribbon of black asphalt. Snaked before me. The headlights of my 18-wheeler, a pair of predatory eyes, sliced through the inky blackness, the moon a sliver, anemic and weak, doing little to penetrate the suffocating gloom of this forsaken highway, this godless stretch of nowhere. I'd been hauling a load of something vaguely industrial, from some nameless factory in Ohio, towards a city I couldn't quite recall, the monotony of the route blurring the specifics. My mind was adrift, the hum of the tires a lullaby, a false sense of security weaving its way into my weary bones. Then it happened. Not a gradual shift, not a subtle change, but an abrupt, violent intrusion into the quiet of the night. It wasn't the sound, exactly, but the sensation. Like a physical blow, the air, previously still and heavy, suddenly vibrated. A deep, guttural tremor rolled through the cab. shaking the very marrow of my bones before it even manifested as a sound. Then the howl came, a sound I can only describe as the dying scream of a universe, a symphony of pure, unadulterated malice. It wasn't animal, not entirely. Something ancient, wicked, and inhuman resonated within it. My windows, thick panes of reinforced glass, screamed as they spider-webbed and then shattered. The fragments like tiny teeth raining down on the dash, the skin of my arms stung by the shards. The truck shuddered, violently, the steering wheel bucking in my grip like a wild thing. The dashboard lights flickered and died. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp trapped in my throat. It was as if whatever had just screamed had reached into the guts of my rig and with a casual flick of the wrist, twisted something vital. I wrestled with the wheel, muscles screaming in protest, trying to regain control, trying to keep us from plunging into the ditch. I pressed my foot to the accelerator, willing the machine forward. The engine roared with a sound of defiance, and yet, I knew something was terribly, terribly wrong. Outside, the world had become a nightmare, trees, distorted and twisted, like gnarled fingers clawing at the sky. Shadows moved with unnatural speed, darting between the trees. Too large, too fluid, for any creature I knew. The air grew heavy, thick with the stench of wet fur, decay, and something else. Something that prickled my skin, that filled my lungs with dread. It was the smell of fear, my own, and something else, something far more primal. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, my mouth gone dry. I glanced in the rearview, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There, in the periphery of my headlights, was the silhouette. Tall, impossibly so, moving on two legs, with a terrifying, fluid grace, the shoulders broad. The arms long and powerful, ending in claws I could see, even in the dim light, claws that glinted like obsidian shards. And that head, that terrifying head. Not canine, exactly. Something far more sinister, with a long snout, and teeth, rows of teeth, like jagged daggers. The eyes, two burning embers, focused on me, and me alone, burning with malevolent intelligence. It was a dogman, if the old stories were to be believed. One of the dreaded things that hid in the dark places, that hunted the forgotten corners of the earth. And it was hunting me. I slammed the accelerator, the truck lurching forward, struggling, like an old beast trying to keep pace with a predator. It was a futile effort. I knew. I could feel it in my bones. The machine was faltering, sick, its energy draining away. I glanced at the speedometer, the needle wavering, dropping with each passing second. I needed to escape. I needed to survive. But how? What could I possibly do? The creature, its impossible speed now, displayed in its full, horrifying glory. It closed the distance, leaping over a fallen log with a terrifying ease, its claws scrabbling against the asphalt, sending sparks flying. It was gaining, faster than anything should have been able to. I swerved wildly, the truck fishtailing, throwing me against the door. The metal groaning in protest, I hoped to throw it off, but the creature mirrored my movements. As if playing a twisted game, it seemed to relish the chase. I saw a side road ahead, barely more than a dirt track, disappearing into the trees. My only option, a desperate gamble, but one I had to take. I yanked the wheel, the truck bucked and groaned as it left the smooth surface. Tires spitting gravel and dirt as it careened down the incline. The dogman was right behind me, its long body, a blur of motion, its eyes, still burning, still fixed on mine, like a hellish beacon. The truck slammed through thick brush, branches scratching and clawing at the metal as I pushed further and further down the dark path. The trees closed in around me, casting long, reaching shadows that danced like specters, and the air grew thick, the stench of damp earth and decay intensified, a suffocating blanket. I tried to use the trees, tried to weave around them. The truck groaned as the tires screamed against the dirt. I knew this path was not meant for a vehicle of this size, and I was tearing through it as if it was made of paper. The dogman, however, was unfazed. It moved effortlessly through the undergrowth, not even slowed by the obstacles. It was as if the forest itself was helping him, guiding him. I had to turn the tables, to do something. Anything. I needed to shift the flow of the hunt. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding, fishtailing, the wheels locking up, the momentum throwing me forward. I grabbed the door handle and flung myself out of the cab. I landed hard on the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I scrambled to my feet, my body protesting in every joint. I had to try and use the terrain to my advantage. I moved quickly, deeper into the woods, toward a ravine I'd spotted just as I came to a screeching halt, hoping it might provide cover. The creature didn't hesitate. It was on me in an instant, a blur of muscle and fur. I barely dodged the strike, the claws, ripping through the air where I had been a split second ago. I stumbled, twisting my ankle on a hidden root. I knew that this was it. I was cornered. The ravine was a dead end, but it was all I had. I backed against its steep, slippery edge. I could see that the creature enjoyed watching my terror. The game had reached its inevitable conclusion. The dogman paused, towering above me, its breath hot and full against my face. I felt a weird sense of finality. The eyes, those burning embers, intensified. A low growl rumbled in its chest. It opened its mouth, revealing those rows of teeth, each one a tiny tombstone marking my end. And then the final moment, the culmination of the terror. The beast howled again, this time at such close proximity that the sound felt like a physical hammer blow. It leaped, its claws reaching out. The world went white, then red. My vision blurred, everything started to spin and I fell backward, into the dark abyss. The ravine floor rushed to meet me, and I knew that I had failed. The dogman would claim my soul for its evil ritualistic desires. This was the end. Story 12. The asphalt ribbon unwound before me, a black serpent under the sickly yellow glow of the pre-dawn sky. My rig, a chrome beast, rumbled beneath me. The only sound besides my own ragged breathing and the distant sigh of wind through the pines. I'd hauled timber out of the Oregon backcountry for 20 years. Seen a lot of strange things. Heard even stranger stories, but nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what came next. The world tilted. Not slowly, not gradually, but in a stomach-lurching, heart-stopping lurch. I slammed my foot on the brake, but the pedal went spongy under my boot. The cab lifted, my gut following along with it. The ground fell away beneath me, as the entire truck, all 40 tons of it, was elevated into the air, as if plucked by some colossal, unseen hand. Panic, a cold, constricting hand, gripped my chest. I wasn't driving now. I was flying. Not the graceful flight of a bird, but the awkward, horrifying soar of a beetle pinned to a monstrous thumb. The trees, the towering conifers, that were so recently below me, now whipped past the windows in a blur of dark green and deep black shadows. My seatbelt cut into my shoulder, but I was frozen, utterly incapable of any movement besides short, terrified gasps for air. Then, just as suddenly, we stopped. I felt a bone-jarring thud, a shudder running through the entire chassis. The truck slammed down, not onto the road, but onto soft earth. The air was heavy with the earthy musk of damp soil and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of deep, untouched wilderness. I fumbled for my door handle, my fingers clumsy and shaking, and kicked the door open, falling out onto the forest floor. My eyes widened, adjusting to the gloom. The truck, my home on wheels, was canted at an unnatural angle. The trailer, still firmly attached, pointed skyward. I wasn't on a road, I was in a hollow, a small, natural bowl carved out of the undergrowth. But more horrifying than the truck's predicament was what surrounded it, a crude nest. Branches, thick as my torso, were interwoven to form a giant cup-like structure, lined with moss and leaves. My truck was perched precariously on the edge of it. It was like something from a nightmare, the home of some gigantic, primeval creature. Then I saw it. A form immense and shaggy. moved within the shadows at the base of the nest. Its eyes, two burning coals, pierced the gloom. It was a Bigfoot, but not the cartoonish caricature of folklore. This creature was terrifying, an embodiment of raw, untamed power. The creature did not howl, did not grunt. Instead, it simply shifted its weight, a low, thrumming vibration permeating the air around me. I tried to speak. My throat thick and dry, but no words came out. My breath hitched in my chest. Then, the creature knelt, its massive hand reaching into the dirt. It scooped up a handful of the moist earth and, with a deliberate motion, began to draw. First, a circle. Then, within the circle, a representation of a truck. The lines were crude, but undeniably a truck, very similar to mine, but much more abstract. Then, it added stick-like figures, some inside the truck, some outside. The image was of humans, some of them moving, some lying still. The dirt drawings seemed to pulsate, as if the lines were etched in fire. The images were more than just drawings. They were a form of communication, a message being delivered in the simplest way possible, yet incredibly disturbing. It seemed to be showing me, through this strange method, what it had done, what it was capable of doing, what it perhaps planned to do. Then, the creature paused, its gaze fixed on me. It added another drawing, a single, crude representation of myself, standing in front of the truck. Its hand swept the drawing, causing the dirt to swirl and reform. My image now surrounded by the stick figures from before, some upright, some laying down. There was a chilling awareness in its movements, an intelligence that went beyond anything I could have conceived of. Fear, raw and visceral, clawed at my insides. This wasn't some dumb animal. This was something more, something ancient. Something that saw me, a tiny insignificant speck, as something to be toyed with. It added another symbol, a circle with a line extending from it, pointed at my crude form. My heart hammered in my chest. I understood. The circle was the nest, the line was a pathway. I was being given direction, forced into an understanding. My legs trembled and I began to back away, slowly, desperately. As I moved, the Bigfoot made no attempt to stop me. Instead, its eyes burned into me, urging me forward with its silent message, with the weight of its ancient intelligence. I stumbled, my feet sinking into the soft earth, into the nest itself. The smell was overpowering, a mixture of moss and musk and a strange, almost metallic odor. A scent that seemed to crawl into my nose and lodge at the back of my throat. My eyes darted around, scanning the nest, searching for any means of escape. I noticed a small gap between the interwoven branches at the far end of the nest. It was small, barely big enough to squeeze through, but it was my only hope. I lunged for it, scrambling over the branches, my fingers scraping against the rough bark. The Bigfoot watched me, its eyes never leaving me. There was no aggression, just a cold, calculating observation. I reached the gap and, with a desperate heave, squeezed myself through the opening. I fell to the ground on the other side. The undergrowth was dense and tangled, but I didn't stop. I ran, not looking back, driven by pure, unadulterated terror. I ran until my lungs burned, my legs screamed, until I could hear nothing behind me but my own ragged breaths. Then, I heard it, the slow, deliberate thump, the sound of something immense moving through the forest. The Bigfoot was following me, its slow, methodical steps a promise of what was to come. It would not be hurried. It would not be denied. I had escaped the nest, but I had not escaped the creature. Its gaze was burned into my mind, its silent message an unspoken command. Story 13. The endless black ribbon of highway stretched before me, glistening like spilled ink under the cold, pitiless moon. The air hung heavy, thick with the stench of damp earth and something else. Something acrid, something that made the hairs on my arms prickle. I'd been hauling a load of treated lumber from Oregon down to some godforsaken town in Nevada for what felt like an eternity. Each mile marker, a tombstone marking another step into a growing disquiet. The truck, my metal leviathan, seemed to groan with every rotation of the tires. Not the usual mechanical complaint, but more of a low, guttural moan, as if it too sensed the wrongness of this night. I glanced at the clock. 2:30 a.m. A time when the veil between worlds thins, they say. A time when the things that dwell in the shadows begin to stir. I scoffed at the thought, a nervous little chuckle that died in the suffocating silence of the cab. I'm just tired, I told myself. Just need some caffeine and a few more miles under my belt. The road began to twist like a serpent coiling, and the landscape on either side morphed into a grotesque parody of nature. Twisted trees clawed at the sky, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for something unseen. The ground was littered with unnatural formations, stones that seemed to shift in the corner of my vision. I swear I saw one move, ever so slightly. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Then I saw it. On the side of the road, bathed in the pale lunar glow, a figure stood, or rather, squirmed. It wasn't human. Not in the way I understood humanity. It was tall, impossibly so, and its limbs seemed to bend in ways that defied anatomy. Its skin was like wet leather, stretched taut over a frame that looked too brittle to hold it together. I squinted, trying to make out any features, but it was as if the moonlight recoiled from it. It was there, yet not fully formed, an absence within the presence. A wave of icy dread washed over me. My hands, clammy, tightened on the steering wheel. I wanted to floor it, to obliterate the creature with my speed, but some primeval terror, held me back. I found myself instead, slowing. Creeping along, my gaze locked on the grotesque figure. It began to move. Not walking, but flowing, like liquid darkness seeping across the asphalt. The ground seemed to buckle beneath its non-steps, and the air around it shimmered with an unnatural heat. I noticed then the sound, a low, wet rasping sound that seemed to burrow into my skull. It was coming from the creature, an emanation of its dark being. It reached out, a long, spindly limb extending towards the cab, and I could see, for a split second, what passed for its hand. It was covered in barbs, and the bone beneath the skin pulsed with a sickly green light. My breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. It was as if the road itself was conspiring with the creature. The truck began to lurch, the steering wheel jerking wildly in my grip, and then I felt it, a sharp, metallic crunch as something gave way beneath the wheels. I fought to control the vehicle, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird. The creature was getting closer. It seemed to be gliding alongside the truck, its head, a misshapen bulb, tilted towards me, as if regarding me with some terrible, unknowable intent. And then I saw the others. They came from behind the trees, emerging from the shadows, each more horrific than the last. They were of all sizes, all shapes, and each one pulsed with that same nauseating green light. Their eyes, if you could call them eyes, were black voids, pits of absolute nothingness. They swarmed the truck like a plague of locusts, their wet, leathery hands reaching for the sides, the windows. The metal screamed under their touch, a symphony of suffering and dread. I looked around, trapped in a cage of metal and terror, these monstrous beings clawing and pulling at my sanctuary. I noticed some of them began to peel back pieces of the truck's metal exterior like it was butter, using those clawed hands. The sounds were horrific, tearing, ripping, scratching. It became a deafening cacophony. I felt the cold night air rushing around my face. One of them had breached the metal. I could feel its cold, wet breath on my skin. Panic seized me, a cold, paralyzing dread that stripped away any vestige of rationality. I fumbled for the door, my hands shaking, my fingers clumsy. But it was useless. They were too many, they were too strong. One of the creatures reached into the cab, its barbed fingers brushing against my arm, and a jolt of searing pain ripped through me. It felt like being touched by fire and ice at the same time. Then, the creature pulled me out. I was dragged into the cold night, surrounded by their horrible forms. It felt like they were a singular entity, a hive mind of utter horror. I was nothing to them, just a piece of meat in their grotesque dance. I closed my eyes. I expected to feel their claws and teeth tearing me apart, but it never came. What I felt instead was an excruciating pain. Every single muscle in my body convulsed, and I screamed, a single, soundless scream. I was lifted, weightless above the earth, floating in a sea of grotesque forms, their black eyes fixed on me, and that green, pulsating light seemed to be drawing the very essence of my being out into the night, becoming a single beacon of light in the vast darkness. I looked towards the sky. A single, solitary star glimmered high above, so far out of my reach. I had one single, fleeting thought of home before I felt my existence cease to be, completely absorbed into the abyss of their collective horror. Story 14. The asphalt ribbon unspooled, black and endless, before my rig, swallowing the light of my headlamps. Ours had bled together, each one a dull echo of the last, a symphony of highway hum, and the rhythmic slap, slap, slap of the tires on the worn pavement. The fatigue, a gritty film, coated my eyes, making the world seem muted and far away. I needed a break, a place to stretch, and clear the fog from my brain. Then I saw it. A rest stop sign, a beacon in the inky blackness, its faded green surface barely legible under the cloak of night. The words, Rest IREA, next exit, seemed to materialize, like a whispered promise from the void. I felt a surge of relief, a small flicker of hope in the vast, monotonous darkness. I took the off-ramp, gravel crunching under my tires, the sound jarring. After the hypnotic purr of the road, the rest stop was desolate. No other trucks, no cars, nothing but a small weathered building, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the void. The parking lot, cracked and scarred, was a testament to years of neglect. An eerie silence hung in the air, heavy like a damp shroud. It wasn't the quiet of the countryside. It was something else. An absence of sound so profound it was almost a physical presence. I pulled my rig into a space and cut the engine. A deep, resonating silence descended. I climbed down, my joints protesting with a series of pops and creaks. The air was cold, biting, with a metallic tang that felt unnatural. I needed coffee. I always needed coffee. I went to the front door of the building and pushed it. The wood groaned, a low, mournful sound that scraped at my nerves. The interior was just as desolate as the outside. A few dented vending machines lined one wall, their glass fronts cloudy with dust and grime. A row of faded plastic chairs sat against the other. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to squirm on the walls. The place smelled of stale air, and something else, something earthy and acrid, that made my stomach churn. I decided to use the restroom first. I opened the door and stepped into a space of peeling paint, a cracked mirror, and a single, flickering light bulb. The odor here was worse. It was the smell of damp concrete mixed with something rotten. My skin crawled. It felt like the place had not been used in months, maybe years. I hurried back outside, needing the fresh air. No matter how chilly, I spotted them at the far edge of the parking lot by a line of scraggly trees. Figures dark and indistinct, moving in a circle. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. They were chanting, their voices a low, rhythmic drone that seemed to resonate in my bones. It was like the buzz of an angry hive, a sound that vibrated in the air, as if the wind was a broken speaker. They were surrounding something. I strained my eyes. It was a figure on its knees, facing the ground. A sacrifice. My heart hammered in my chest, fear, a cold fist, clenching around my insides. I should get back into my truck. I should leave, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Something in the bizarre spectacle held me captive. The figures started raising their arms. Their long, dark sleeves seemed to flap, like the wings of some grotesque bird. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. It was a cacophony of low growls and harsh whispers. The figure on the ground started to squirm, its body contorting in unnatural ways. I could see now it was wearing clothes, not human clothes, but something fashioned from woven grass and dried leaves. It was horrific. One of the figures turned in my direction, its head, a dark blot against the night sky, seemed to focus directly on me. I could feel its eyes boring into me, though I could not see its face. I stumbled backwards, a gasp escaping my lips. The chanting faltered, then stopped, replaced by an awful silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of my heart. The circle started to break. The figures turned and began moving towards me, slow, deliberate strides that ate up the distance between us. I ran. Pure, unadulterated panic took hold. My legs pumped, my lungs burned. I ran faster than I had ever run before. I scrambled up into my rig, slamming the door behind me. I fumbled for the ignition, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely grip the keys. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then roared to life. I slammed the accelerator, tires screeching, and tore out of the parking lot. They were right behind me. I could see them in my side mirror, their forms elongated and distorted in the dim light, still moving with a disturbing, inhuman gait. I pushed the engine harder, trying to put as much distance between us as I could. The rig shook and rattled as it devoured the road. The chanting had resumed, but it was different now. It was faster, more desperate. Almost like a chase, a hunter and its prey. I knew they wanted me. I was the sacrifice. The road ahead seemed to blur my vision, a tunnel of fear. I had to get away. Then the chanting turned into a scream, a high-pitched, piercing shriek that drilled into my skull. The wind seemed to pick up, whipping around my truck, as if trying to drag me into some vortex. The entire rig shuddered violently. I was losing control. My brakes screeched as I tried to stop. The truck swerved sharply off the side of the road. I was moving too fast, no way out now. The world seemed to slow down. I saw the trees rushing at me, a wall of dark limbs, reaching for me like skeletal fingers. Then, everything turned white. The last thing I saw was a flash of faces, pressed against the windshield, their eyes burning like embers in the darkness, their mouths opening wide in silent screams. Story 15. The asphalt ribbon unspooled, black and endless, beneath my 18 wheels. My rig, a metal leviathan, rumbled a deep, guttural song. The sun, a malevolent eye, bled across the horizon. I'd been pushing hard, non-stop for hours. My stomach growled a hollow, persistent burn. Then, a beacon in the growing twilight, a roadside diner, the last stop cafe. Its neon sign flickered, a promise of respite. A haven from the encroaching darkness. I pulled in, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. The building was a squat, one-story affair, paint peeling, like sunburnt skin. Inside, the air hung thick, with the aroma of frying something, and something else, something indescribably savory. An elderly woman, her face a roadmap of wrinkles, greeted me with a smile. Her eyes, though, they were sharp, like a bird of prey. "Just you tonight, hon?" she asked, her voice raspy, like dry leaves. I nodded, taking a seat at the counter. The place was empty, save for us. The silence was unnerving, punctuated only by the sizzle of the grill. She slid a menu across the counter, its pages stained with grease and some other, unidentifiable substance. "Specials tonight is the meatloaf," she said, pointing with a gnarled finger. "Everyone says it's just the best." I ordered it, along with a cup of the blackest coffee I'd ever seen. The meatloaf, when it arrived, looked unassuming enough, a brown, loaf-shaped thing, sitting in a pool of thick, dark gravy. But the smell, it was intoxicating, an earthy, rich fragrance that made my mouth water. I took a bite. The flavor exploded on my tongue, savory and tender, unlike any meat I had ever tasted. It melted in my mouth, leaving a sensation that was almost euphoric. I devoured the entire plate, barely pausing for breath, scraping the last morsel of gravy from the dish. The coffee, too, was oddly addictive, its bitter taste, a perfect counterpoint to the richness of the meatloaf. I felt strangely energized, my fatigue replaced with a bizarre sense of well-being. But something was off. The silence, The woman's unnerving gaze. The uncanny taste of the food. It all felt wrong, deeply wrong. I tried to ignore it, blaming the fatigue, the long hours. I paid my bill, the woman's smile never wavering. "Come back soon, Han," she chirped, her voice echoing in the stillness. I stepped out into the night, the air colder. Now, the darkness more palpable. I climbed back into my rig and started the engine, the rumble feeling hollow. As I was pulling out onto the highway, I noticed a small shed tucked away at the back of the diner. Curiosity, a dangerous thing, gnawed at me. I pulled over, parking just off of the shoulder. I walked towards the shed. The door was ajar, hanging crookedly on its hinges. A faint, sickly sweet smell wafted from inside. The shed was dark, its interior, a cavern of shadows. My eyes adjusted, slowly. What I saw made my blood run cold. A metal table stood in the center of the room, stained, with what I knew with sickening certainty to be blood. Hooks hung from the ceiling, glinting dully in the dim light, and beneath them was a series of crude, metal tubs, brimming with what I can only describe as rendered fat, along with something that looked like ground meat. There were bone fragments, small and sharp, like porcelain shards, scattered across the floor, and a collection of tools, knives and cleavers, all stained with a dark, rusty color, some that weren't from rust. A low, guttural moan drifted from behind a large canvas sheet, draped over something in the corner. My heart pounded. In my chest, a frantic drumbeat. I moved towards it, a sense of dread heavy in my gut. My hand trembled as I reached out and grasped the fabric, pulling it away slowly. I recoiled, a scream caught in my throat. Strapped to an old wooden frame was a man, or what was left of a man. His flesh was pale and mottled, his skin stretched taut over bone. Patches of his body were missing, some chunks cut cleanly, others ripped away. His eyes were open and glassy, staring up at the ceiling, his mouth a silent scream. He was alive, barely, his chest rising and falling, weakly. Then, I understood with horror that the secret ingredient in that meatloaf was human flesh. And the elderly woman, she wasn't just a cook. She was something far more sinister. Footsteps behind me, a heavy shuffling sound. I turned, slowly, my back pressed against the shed wall. The old woman stood at the entrance, her face bathed in the sickly light from the single bulb above her. Her smile was gone, replaced by a cold, predatory look. She held a cleaver in her hand, its edge gleaming like polished silver. "You shouldn't have looked, Han," she hissed, her voice low and menacing. I tried to run, but my legs felt heavy like lead. She moved with surprising speed, the cleaver arcing through the air. I ducked, barely avoiding it, the blade whistling past my ear. I stumbled backwards, my heel catching on something. I fell hard, hitting the ground with a thud. She loomed over me, her eyes glittering with malevolent glee. "You're the next course, Han," she crooned, raising the cleaver again. I closed my eyes, bracing for the blow. But then something unexpected happened. The man on the wooden frame, with one last surge of effort, broke free from his restraints. He lunged at the woman, his weakened hands grabbing at her leg. She screamed, a high-pitched, inhuman sound, losing her balance and falling back. I scrambled back to my feet. The man was still trying to pull her down, but he was far too weak. I took my chance, adrenaline surging. I snatched a large metal rod from the floor and swung it with all my strength, catching her full in the side of her head. She crumpled to the ground with a wet thud, her body twitching and jerking. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed the man, lifting him onto my back, and ran out of the shed and into my rig. I didn't look back. I slammed the door shut, threw it into gear, and took off, the tires spinning on the gravel, sending up a cloud of dust. The diner receded in my mirror, a dark blot on the horizon. I never stopped, never looked back. I still can't get the taste out of my mouth. I still see those eyes in the darkness. I know she was not alone. and I know that they are still out there, waiting for their next meal. Story 16. The desert air thick and heavy, pressed against my cab like a damp shroud. I'd been on the road, well, longer than I cared to remember. The endless ribbon of asphalt, stretching before me, a dark artery through a parched land. My name is Earl, and I drive a rig, a big chrome beast that rumbles and groans like a restless god. I always enjoyed the solitude, the rhythmic hum of tires, the vast empty spaces, but recently, something had shifted. Something felt off. It began innocently, enough. At one of those ramshackle roadside stops, a place that looked like it had been caught up from the desert itself. I saw it, a small, wooden box, carved with strange symbols that seemed to squirm in the dim light. The vendor, a woman with eyes like polished obsidian, said it was a curiosity, a keeper of secrets. I didn't believe her, but I bought it. The wood, oddly warm to the touch, it felt alive. The next stop was more of the same. I found a twisted length of metal, a dark, coiling thing that the man claimed to have dug up from the earth itself. It sings, he hissed, his teeth yellowed and sharp. It sings when the stars are right. I didn't hear it, but I could feel it, a low thrumming vibration in my bones, a sickening feeling of anticipation. I collected them, these oddities. A bird's skull, its eye sockets filled with something that glittered like mercury. A bone flute, that when I tried to play it, produced a sound that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. A faded photograph of a man with no eyes, but an unnerving smile. Each object seemed to call to me, a silent summons in the back of my head. They nestled in my cab, on the dash, by my seat. They even seemed to follow me in my dreams. My sleep had become a battlefield. A maelstrom of grotesque images, of faces that morphed and melted, of whispers that clawed at the edges of my mind. The truck seemed to change with me. The metal groaning not of age and strain, but of something else, some silent suffering. The interior, once familiar, had become a repository of shadows that shifted with my gaze. My own reflection, in the chrome of the dash, now seemed wrong. Twisted, like a funhouse mirror caricature, I began to see things. Flickering shapes at the edge of my vision, faces in the passing trees. I heard voices, not spoken out loud, but inside, a chorus of whispers that seemed to burrow deep into the meat of my skull. The trinkets themselves, they seemed to be the source of it all. They felt hungry, like parasites latching onto my sanity, drinking it away drop by agonizing drop. The world started to bend. Distances stretched and warped. Familiar roads became tangled mazes. I'd look at my map, and the route would shift under my eyes, the ink seeming to bleed into new, impossible paths. The world seemed to exist in multiple layers, one of concrete and asphalt, the other, something dark and shifting, a nightmare just beneath the skin of reality. One night, deep in the vast expanse of nowhere, I saw it. A gathering. In the middle of the desert, under a sky thick with malevolent stars, a circle of figures stood. They weren't human, not anymore. They were tall, elongated, their limbs too thin, their heads too large, crowned with horns that seemed carved from bone. They swayed and moved like puppets manipulated by invisible strings. And around them, on the sand, my trinkets lay. My wooden box, the coiled metal, the skull, the flute. They pulsated with a dark light, their glow a beacon, pulling the creatures closer. The whispers became a roaring cacophony, a demand, a hunger that was no longer confined to the recesses of my skull. I tried to turn the truck, to flee, but the steering wheel felt like it was made of lead. And the engine, or whatever it was that powered this thing, made a gurgling sound. The brake pedal seemed to have dissolved into nothing. The truck, possessed by some dark will, pulled me closer, like iron to a magnet. The creatures began to chant, their voices a discordant symphony. Each note, a spike of agony driven through my brain. I saw then, I understood. I was the collector, yes, but also, I was the collection. The trinkets weren't just objects, they were pieces of me, small fragments of my very soul. And these things, these Entities, they wanted the rest. My hand, it moved on its own, reaching out to the wooden box, the first piece. I could feel my memories, my emotions, all of them swirling like debris in a drain. As my fingers brushed against the warm wood, I felt my very essence being pulled from me. The world dissolved into a vortex, a swirling chaos of colors and sounds. The creatures' faces, now too close, their eyes, burning holes in the fabric of my being. The whispers had become a chorus of triumph. The last thing I remember is the sensation of cold. A bone-chilling, marrow-deep cold as they began to peel me apart piece by piece. I am not Earl now. I am part of them, part of the collection, spread across the desert like stardust. I am the trinket now. I have been collected. Story 17. The asphalt ribbon, snaking through the skeletal trees. It felt different tonight. A cold, clammy dread clinging to the cab like a shroud. Route 17. They called it the devil's spine now, and with good reason. It wasn't the curves that got to you. No, it was the silence. The sudden, suffocating silence where a CB radio crackled moments before, full of laughter and stories. The boys had started disappearing, one by one, like moths drawn to a flame, only to be snuffed out, leaving nothing but whispers and empty spaces on the log sheets. First, it was old Hank, a veteran with a laugh that could shake a mountain. Gone, vanished into thin air. Then, young Carlos, barely 25, with dreams as bright as the chrome on his rig. Another ghost, drifting along the shoulder. Now, the air crackled with a nervous energy, each transmission a shaky testament to our collective fear. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, the leather slick beneath my sweaty palms. My own breathing sounded too loud, a ragged bellows in the oppressive quiet. The headlights cut through the blackness, painting stark. Skeletal branches in their beams. I hated the way they twisted and reached, like bony fingers clawing at the sky. The usual symphony of engine growls and rushing air had become a lonely dirge. A chill, deeper than any winter night, crawled down my spine. I glanced at the clock. 2 a.m., the witching hour. I'd heard tales, mumbled in hushed tones in truck stops, about this route. About something that hunted, not for metal or cargo, but for souls. I dismissed it as drunken babble, tall tales spun by wary men. Now, a knot formed in my gut, cold and hard, telling me I was wrong, terribly wrong. I remember Big Joe, his voice raspy like gravel. He'd warned me, his eyes wide and haunted. It ain't the road they'll get ya, kid. It's what's on it. What's between the shadows. He'd been gone a week now. Another name crossed out on the dispatcher's list. Another echo in the void. I kept my eyes glued to the road, my knuckles white as bone. I tried to fight the creeping unease that snaked its way into my mind. There was something wrong. Wrong, like a broken mirror reflecting back an image that was a little too twisted. A little too alien. The trees began to blur, their shadows seemed to squirm and dance. I blinked several times, telling myself it was just fatigue. Just the late hour and my overactive imagination. Then I saw it. A flicker at the edge of my vision, near the tree line. Just a momentary ripple, like a heat haze, but colder. My heart slammed against my ribs. I turned my head slowly, cautiously. The road was empty, the shadows still and dark. But the sense of being watched, it was a tangible weight on my shoulders. I could feel its gaze, cold and predatory, like a butcher sizing up a cut of meat. I gunned the engine, my foot slamming on the accelerator, the truck shuddering and roaring in response. The needle on the speedometer climbed, but the oppressive silence followed, like a leech clinging to me. My thoughts began to race, my mind spinning, trying to rationalize the irrational, to explain the unexplainable. I needed to get off this road. Needed to find another soul, another human. I grabbed my CB mic, my voice cracking when I spoke. Breaker, breaker, this is Rusty Nail. Anybody out there? Anyone copy? Only static answered. A chilling hollow hum that seemed to vibrate within my very skull. I tried again and again, each time more desperate than the last. Still nothing. just that incessant, mocking static. It felt like the sound of something vast and empty, swallowing up the radio waves and our voices, leaving us adrift in its wake. Then up ahead, I saw it again. The flicker. A shimmering distortion in the air, just off the edge of the road, and this time I saw more. A form, barely discernible, a twisting mass of shadows and light, that seemed to be just outside of reality itself. My blood ran cold, a frigid river coursing through my veins. The thing moved, or rather, shifted, the distorted light creating a bizarre, horrifying illusion of a figure. It seemed to be made of darkness itself, and its presence was a vacuum, a void that sucked the very life from the air. It was tall and gaunt, limbs that twisted at unnatural angles, and its face. What little I could see was devoid of features, save for two burning embers, like coals glowing in the darkness. My foot instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest, and the truck swerved, threatening to jackknife. My body was frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror, my breath caught in my throat. I could only stare, my eyes locked on that horrific entity as it began to step out of the tree line, onto the shoulder of the road. It moved with unnatural speed, its long, spindly limbs propelling it forward with a fluidity that was grotesque. It was drawing closer now, the distortion around it intensifying, the air itself seeming to vibrate with its presence. The blackness of its form now completely blocked the stars behind it. A heavy, suffocating cloud of dread descended on me, so heavy that I felt like I would pass out. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, my instinct finally overcoming my fear, and the truck lurched forward, the engine roaring like a caged beast. The tires chewed up the asphalt as I tried to get away, as fast as possible. I didn't care if I wrecked. All I wanted to do was escape, to put as much distance between myself and that thing. I glanced in my rearview mirror, and I saw it, right behind my truck, keeping pace, its distorted figure gliding over the road like an oil slick on water. And then, in that moment, its glowing embers fixed on my reflection, and I felt something, a cold, sharp pain deep inside my chest. Like I was being hollowed out. Like that thing was taking something of me. Something essential and valuable, a part of my soul, and it was dragging it with him into the darkness. I'd never felt such pure terror. The truck was vibrating, and the world seemed to be closing in. It was all just so wrong. My fingers felt numb as I gripped the steering wheel tighter than before, trying to keep the truck on the road. I didn't look back again. I simply put my foot to the floor, screaming, tears streaming down my face, and hoping that the dawn, any dawn, would come soon and take me far, far away from the devil's spine. Story 18. The highway stretched before me, a black ribbon unspooling under a sky bruised with the colors of twilight. I was hauling a load of industrial pipes. A monotonous trip that usually lulled me into a kind of waking dream. But tonight, something felt off. The air crackled, heavy with a static I couldn't quite place. I'd been driving this route for years, every curve, every pothole etched into my memory, yet this time, it felt alien, like a landscape warped by some unseen force. Off in the distance, maybe a quarter mile from the asphalt's edge, I spotted a gathering. A collection of vehicles, their headlights cutting through the gloom, formed a crude semicircle around what looked like a makeshift stage. Curious, and with nothing pressing on my schedule, I pulled my rig onto the shoulder. The rumble of the engine a harsh punctuation to the silence. I climbed down from the cab, the gravel crunching under my boots, and walked toward the unusual scene. As I approached, the details began to resolve, and my blood ran cold. This wasn't a roadside sale of dusty antiques or rusted tools. No, this was a sale, a grotesque auction, and the items were people. Shackled and terrified, they were lined up on a raised platform, their faces gaunt and hollow, their eyes wide with a dread that mirrored my own. The air thrummed with a low, guttural chanting from the crowd, a discordant chorus that seeped into my bones. The auctioneer, a figure swathed in a tattered coat that seemed to swallow him whole, held up a woman, thin as a rake, her hair matted and tangled. He barked out numbers in a language I didn't understand. It sounded like the scraping of rusted metal against bone. The buyers were a collection of monstrous silhouettes, their features blurred in the encroaching dark. They shuffled and jostled, their limbs distorted and unnatural, some with too many joints, others with not enough. Their eyes glowed with a sickly, internal light, like embers in a dying fire. A man, or what had once been a man, was dragged to the front of the stage. His body was twisted at impossible angles, a cruel parody of human form. He was offered up as a piece of meat, his pleas silenced by a gloved hand clamped over his mouth. The bidders raised appendages that looked like claws, or insect mandibles, their guttural barks of approval sending shivers down my spine. It wasn't just that they were buying human beings. It was the casual, almost clinical way they treated them, like they were nothing more than livestock. I wanted to look away, I wanted to run, but I was rooted to the spot, a horrified observer in this macabre theater. My throat was dry, my stomach a churning mass. The stench of decay and something else, something acrid and alien, hung in the air. I tried to reason with myself. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare conjured from the deepest recesses of my mind, but the cold dread creeping up my spine was undeniable. Another person, a young boy, his eyes brimming with tears, was presented to the crowd. I could feel the desperation radiating from him, a silent plea for help. It snapped something inside me. I couldn't stand idly by and watch. I moved forward, my boots crunching loudly on the loose gravel, the noise echoing in the unnerving quiet that had descended on the auction. All eyes turned to me, those glowing orbs fixing on me with a frightening intensity. The chanting stopped, the auctioneer's skeletal face swiveled in my direction, a grin splitting his face, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too long. His eyes bore into mine, cold and calculating, a malevolent curiosity burning within their depths. The crowd moved, not in a uniform way, but like separate entities responding to some shared impulse, a collective turning of grotesque heads and limbs, a silent, menacing wave washing towards me. The air grew heavier, the smell of rot more intense, the temperature around me dropped as the horde began to converge. My hands closed into fists, my heart hammered against my ribs. I knew I was outnumbered. That resistance was likely futile, but I couldn't back down. I took a deep breath, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" My voice came out hoarse, strained with fear and outrage. "This is wrong, you can't do this." My voice, usually steady and strong, cracked and trembled on the last words. The auctioneer chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that seemed to resonate from the very core of the earth. He stepped off the platform, his movements fluid, but unsettlingly wrong. His eyes never left me. He pointed a long, skeletal finger directly at me, his grin widening to reveal an impossibly dark maw. You are not for sale." His voice was a rasp, like stones grinding against each other. The rest of the figures began to close the circle around me. The crowd pressed forward, their unnatural forms a grotesque tapestry of horror, their glowing eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. They seemed to flow over the ground like a tide of monstrous things. I knew I couldn't fight them, not all of them. My gaze settled on the boy from earlier. It was a spark that made me act, a moment of reckless courage in a scene of horror. I bolted forward, pushing through the line of grotesque buyers, each one more repulsive than the last. I grabbed the boy by the arm and pulled him with me as I sprinted towards my truck. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could hear them behind me, a cacophony of guttural noises and scraping limbs, and I knew they were coming for us. We stumbled and fell, but I pulled him back to his feet every time, until finally, the looming shape of my truck became visible in the distance. I reached the passenger door, ripped it open, and shoved the boy inside. I was already in the driver's seat, my hand fumbling for the keys as I turned the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the gear shift into drive and pressed the pedal to the floor, launching the truck forward. The tires spun on the gravel as I surged onto the black asphalt. The sound of their pursuit behind me seemed to fade with distance, but I knew it wasn't over. It was only a matter of time before they caught up. I glanced at the boy beside me, his face streaked with tears, but a flicker of hope sparked in his eyes. My foot stayed pressed to the accelerator, the speedometer climbing higher. I couldn't let him, or myself, become just another item in their horrifying auction. The road ahead was still dark, but at least I had a direction and a purpose, and it was the only thing keeping me going. Story 19. The highway ribboned out before me black and slick, under a bruised purple sky. Rain, a cold, needle-like rain, had been falling for hours. The windshield wipers, mechanical metronomes of despair, swished back and forth, doing their best against the deluge. The world outside blurred, distorted, a canvas of grays and blacks. Loneliness, a constant companion on these long hauls, glowed at the edges of my mind. I saw him then, a silhouette huddled by the roadside, a figure swallowed by the oppressive gloom. He had his thumb out, a silent plea in the driving rain. Normally, I wouldn't stop. But something, a flicker of pity, perhaps, made me hit the brakes, the air hissing out of the lines as the big rig shuddered to a halt. He was younger than I'd imagined, maybe early 20s, skinny as a rake, with a face that looked hollowed out. His clothes were soaked through, clinging to him like a second skin. I pushed open the passenger door, the interior light casting a harsh glow on his features. "Need a ride?" I asked, my voice raspy from the miles. He nodded, his eyes wide and dark, like pools of spilled ink. He didn't say thank you, just climbed in, the wet fabric of his clothes leaving a damp imprint on the seat. An uncomfortable silence filled the cab, thick and heavy. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road ahead, but I could feel his gaze, a constant, unnerving presence. Finally, I cleared my throat. "Where you headed?" I asked, hoping to break the tension. He didn't respond at first, just kept staring straight ahead. Then, he started to speak, his voice a low, guttural murmur, nothing that resembled any language I had ever encountered. It was a jumble of clicks and whispers, a horrible, discordant symphony that sent shivers crawling up my spine. He twisted in the seat, his body rigid. His eyes rolled back in his head, revealing only the whites. His face began to contort, and veins bulged on his pale skin. I slammed on the brakes, the truck protesting with a screech of tires. I turned to him. He was bleeding. Not from a cut or a scrape. It was from his eyes, from his ears, from the corners of his mouth. The crimson liquid oozed out of him like thick oil, a horrific and impossible flow. Panic seized me, a cold fist squeezing the air from my lungs. "What the hell?" I gasped, backing away from him. But he just kept bleeding, the strange words still pouring from his lips. I tried to open the door, to escape this nightmare, but it was stuck fast, as if welded shut. The cab felt smaller, colder, a metal coffin enclosing me with this thing. The bleeding increased, now coating his entire body, turning him into a grotesque caricature of a man. It was then, as the blood splattered onto the dashboard, that I felt it. A connection. A horrible, invasive link. It was like tendrils of icy cold were reaching out from him, wrapping around me. Inside my head, his guttural chanting echoed, no longer just sounds, but a language I somehow understood. A language that spoke of a darkness so deep, it made the abyss seem like a child's plaything. I felt it, his pain, his anguish, his ancient and unending torment. It was a soul drowning in an ocean of suffering, and I was being pulled under with it. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My own body started to tremble, a violent, involuntary response to the horror that was unfolding. The bleeding intensified now. It seemed to pulsate. It was coming from within him and from me as well. I looked at my hands. A A thin sheen of blood was now coating them. I was bleeding just like him. I felt sick, utterly and hopelessly sick. The cab was now a swirling vortex of crimson and shadow. The strange chanting intensified in my mind. It was no longer just sounds, but a torrent of horrific images that flooded my consciousness. The sight of him now, no longer merely disturbing, was utterly, terrifyingly monstrous. His skin had turned a sickly gray, his eyes, no longer just pools of ink, were vacant holes, staring into the void. His mouth was pulled back in a rictus of pain, and from within, I saw something. Something too horrible to even try and put into words. He lifted his bloody hand and pointed to the road ahead, his eyes locking with mine. He was going somewhere. Somewhere specific. I knew it with a dreadful certainty. I no longer had control of the truck. The wheel was turning on its own, the accelerator pedal now firmly pressed to the floor. The scenery blurred, the road ahead becoming a tunnel of darkness, a vortex of nightmare. I was not in control, I was a passenger. Trapped in this monstrous vehicle with an entity that was not of this world. We were moving faster now, impossibly faster, the speed increasing with each passing second. The truck was shaking violently. I caught a glimpse of the speedometer. The needle was buried far past its maximum limit. The engine, now screaming in protest, was not the cause. It was his power. The power that was now coursing through me. We were going to crash, and I knew that was the only way to end this. The road ended abruptly, a sheer drop into the abyss. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the entity, its face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated pain. Yet, there was something else, something like a twisted smile, playing at the corners of his bloody mouth. He was free, and I was his anchor, pulling me down with him into the endless dark. Story 20. The endless ribbon of asphalt unspooled before me, shimmering under the malevolent glare of the midday sun. The air, thick and viscous, hung heavy with the scent of sun-baked tar and something else. Something acrid, like burnt copper and decay. I'd been on this run for what felt like an eternity, hauling a trailer full of, well, I wasn't sure what anymore. The manifest was a mess of scribbled numbers and vague descriptions, something about processed materials. But the load was oddly warm, almost pulsing with a life of its own. I shifted in my seat, the vinyl groaning beneath me, trying to shake off the unnerving feeling that had settled deep in my bones. The landscape outside was warping, too, I swear. It was like the world was a canvas. Someone was stretching and twisting it. The trees on the horizon, normally stoic and upright, now squirmed and contorted into grotesque shapes, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out to me. And the sky, it was a bruised, sickly violet color, like a bad dream captured in the heavens. I glanced in my side mirror, half expecting to see my own reflection distorted, twisted into something monstrous. But, no, just the same wary face staring back. Eyes heavy with fatigue and a growing sense of dread. I passed a sign for a town I'd never heard of, Silent Hollow. The name itself sent a chill crawling down my spine. Silent, yet somehow deafening, like a scream swallowed whole. I told myself it was just the long hours getting to me, the monotony blurring the line between reality and hallucination. I needed to stop. To stretch my legs, get some coffee. And most importantly, put some distance between me and the things my eyes were beginning to perceive. The first gas station I encountered was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The pumps were rusted, their nozzles twisted at unnatural angles, like broken limbs. The building itself was leaning precariously, like a drunkard trying to stand straight. The flickering fluorescent light above the pumps cast long, distorted shadows, making the place look like a scene from a forgotten nightmare. I pulled in anyway, my stomach turning with trepidation. As I stepped out of the cab, the air grew colder. A biting wind that seemed to whisper through the empty space. There wasn't a soul in sight, not even a stray cat to break the silence, and the quiet was suffocating. The door to the station was ajar, hanging crookedly on one hinge. I hesitated, a primal instinct telling me to stay away, to get back in the truck and drive. But I was wary, and coffee was a lifeline, so I pushed the door open with a groan. The interior was even more disturbing. The shelves were lined with cans and jars, their labels torn and faded, the contents unknown, and unsettling to say the least. Everything was covered in a layer of dust, thick and gray, like the ash from a long, dead fire. There were odd items scattered about, too. Things that shouldn't belong in a gas station. A child's wooden rocking horse, its paint chipped and peeling, stood in the corner, its one eye staring blankly at the ceiling. There was a porcelain doll, its head severed and lying beside its body, its vacant stare piercing and accusatory. And in the middle of the floor, there was a small, perfectly formed pile of teeth, their enamel yellowed and dull. I backed away, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. This wasn't right. This wasn't just neglect. This place was permeated with a palpable evil, a sense of malevolent energy that clung to everything. I needed to get out now. I turned to leave, but the door was gone. Just an empty space where the frame should have been. Panic seized me, cold and sharp. I whirled around, looking for another exit, but there were no windows, no other doors, just the warped shelves, the unsettling objects, and the silence. A silence broken only by the frantic thump of my own heart. Then, I heard a sound, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to be coming from behind the counter. I crept towards it, fear and morbid curiosity battling for control. The thumping grew louder, closer, until it was resonating in my chest, shaking me to my very core. Behind the counter, I saw a large, burlap sack, its sides bulging and shifting, a faint, dark stain blooming across the fabric. The thumping came from within, a wet, sickening sound. I knew I shouldn't look. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run. But I was drawn to it, like a moth to a flickering flame. I reached out, my hand trembling, and tore the top of the bag open. What was inside was a grotesque parody of a human torso. Flesh, pale and bloated, was stitched haphazardly with thick black thread. The skin was stretched and pulled over itself in unnatural ways, causing grotesque bulges. And in the center, where a heart should be, was a gaping hole filled with a seething mass of writhing worms. The thumping, I realized, was the worms pushing and squirming within the cavity. A scream caught in my throat, a silent, choked cry of terror. The sack was thrown to the floor, the contents spilling out in a wet, pulpy mess. A sickly sweet odor filled the air, and I tasted bile in the back of my throat. The whole building seemed to shift, the walls closing in on me, the shadows dancing and mocking me with a cruel and terrible glee. I was going to die here, I knew it. This awful place was going to claim me. Then, I saw it. A glint of metal hidden behind the shelves. I stumbled towards it, my legs like lead, my vision blurring. It was a heavy wrench, thick with grease and grime. I grabbed it. The weight of it grounding me, giving me a flicker of hope. Something moved behind me, I could feel it, something large and hulking. I swung the wrench around, adrenaline surging through my veins, prepared to fight, to claw my way out of this nightmare. It was not human. It was a being of shadow, stitched together, all long limbs and stretched out skin, mimicking the form of a man, like a terrible scarecrow. It lunged towards me, its hands reaching out, its mouth an abyss filled with needle-like teeth. I swung the wrench. With all my might I hit it in the face, its bone cracking as it staggered backwards. The creature roared a terrible sound, a gurgling screech, more animal than man. It came at me again, but I was ready. I slammed the wrench into its throat this time, sending it falling to the floor, gurgling and flailing, like a fish out of water. I kicked at the creature again and again. I kept hitting it, until it was nothing but a still lump of shadow and torn flesh. I didn't stop. I kept swinging, kept screaming, until the world went silent. Then, I backed away, catching my breath. The creature laid motionless, The silence was so heavy I could almost taste it. I looked around for the way I had come. The empty door frame had reappeared. I was free. I stumbled back through the empty door, scrambling back into my truck, slamming the door behind me. I turned the key, the engine roaring to life. The sound a welcome symphony in this world of warped nightmares. I put the truck into gear and didn't look back as I drove away from that awful place. I drove away, praying that no one would ever have to encounter the horror I had. Story 21. The diesel fumes clung to me, a greasy shroud, as I pulled the rig off the highway. The sign, barely clinging to its rusted post, read, "Dusty Spur, next exit, services." Services, huh? More like forgotten dreams. I'd been pushing too hard, too many miles. Fueled by lukewarm coffee and the stubborn refusal to admit I needed rest. The exit was a single lane, crumbling asphalt snaking towards the darkness. I figured, why not? The truck stop loomed ahead, a skeletal silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. The main building, a squat, rectangular structure, looked like it had been gnawed on by time. Windows were dark, gaping like empty sockets. The gas pumps stood sentinel, their hoses hanging limp, like discarded snakeskins. There was an unsettling quiet, a silence that pressed down on you, thick and heavy as a grave blanket. I parked in the lot, the gravel crunching under the tires, and cut the engine. The silence that followed felt even louder. I climbed down, my joints popping and protesting after hours behind the wheel. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting a meager path through the oppressive dusk. The air hung thick with the scent of decay, a cloying perfume of dust and mildew, and something else, something acrid and metallic, like old blood. I walked towards the main building, the plywood door hanging loose on its hinges. It groaned like a dying animal as I pushed it open. The interior was a chaotic mess. Tables lay overturned, chairs scattered like fallen dominoes, and cobwebs draped everything like macabre lace. Dust motes danced in my flashlight beam, painting fleeting shadows on the walls. There was a counter, warped and cracked, with a scattering of papers and old receipts and a few dog-eared notebooks. I reached for the closest one. The first entry was faded, written in a shaky hand. Day 17, something's wrong here. Something in the walls, can hear scratching. Another entry from the same person. Dated a week later, spoke of whispers, voices that seemed to seep into the cabin during the night, voices that spoke his name. The next journal, a different penmanship entirely, described a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes boring into you, even in the brightest daylight. These were the tales of other truckers, I realized, their journeys ending here. Here, at the edge of oblivion. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. It wasn't the cold. I flipped to another entry. This one was filled with frantic scratches, almost illegible, just, "It wants the road. It wants to drive." I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat like sandpaper. I found another. This one just said, "They came for him in the darkness." I closed the journal with a shudder. The silence returned, but now it was different. It seemed expectant, hungry. I felt a presence, a malignant awareness lurking in the shadows, watching me, measuring me. I should have left. I knew that, but morbid curiosity, or maybe something far darker, held me rooted to the spot. I moved through the main building, my flashlight cutting through the gloom, making long, distorted shadows on the wall. The kitchen, if you could call it that, was a wasteland of rust and decay. A greasy film coated everything, the smell of rotting food cloying and heavy. I saw a meat grinder, and the dried, dark staining looked like spilled oil, except it was clotted, and thick, and old, so old. I found a small room at the back, probably an office or maybe the owner's sleeping area. A single, bare mattress lay on the floor, stained and torn. A small bookshelf, half of its books scattered on the floor, held more notebooks. I picked one up, my hand trembling slightly. This one was different. The writing was more recent, far more coherent. I can see it now. The patterns, the connections. It lives in the roads. It feeds on the journeys, The miles traveled, the restlessness. A line was underlined repeatedly. The further you run, the closer you get. I could hear a slow, rhythmic thump coming from outside. My heart was pounding now, a drum in my chest, a warning. I scanned the room wildly. I looked back at the journal I held. I read on. I know what it wants. It doesn't want us. It wants the road. I feel it pulling, urging me on, the wheels. I can't stop. I felt a pull, a sensation of my own body yearning to move, to get back on the road. I threw the journal to the ground. I ran out into the main hall. The floorboards groaned beneath my boots. My flashlight beam danced wildly, and I saw movement in the corner of my eye. Just a shadow. Flicking away, but it looked like a man. It couldn't be a man, surely. I turned my attention towards the door, my hand reaching for the frame. I pulled it open, running out into the cool night air, searching for the safety of the truck. But the truck wasn't there. It had been turned, and was angled away from the road, the cab pointing towards the building, almost as if it were preparing for something. The rhythmic thumping was louder now, a deep, guttural beat resonating through the ground, through me. I heard a low chuckle, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I turned, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There was a figure at the entrance to the building, but it was wrong. It looked too tall, too thin, its limbs elongated and distorted. It moved in a jerky, unnatural way, like a puppet with tangled strings. I raised the light and saw that it had no face, just a void where its features should be. It stepped out of the darkness, and I noticed that it was leaving footprints in the dusty earth, deep, perfect tire treads. The thumping grew louder, faster. I turned back, the truck's headlights came on, illuminating the lot. It began to slowly accelerate, moving towards me, the tires spinning on the gravel. There wasn't anyone in the cab. I knew then what the monster wanted. I was its driver now. I turned and ran, but I didn't run towards the road. I knew that was a lie now. I ran into the scrubby, desolate landscape behind the building. The heavy truck slowly pursued me, its engine screaming, hungry for the road. The thing was chasing me. The only choice I had left was to run, away from the road, into the wasteland, into the unknown. Story 22. The dispatcher's voice crackled, then faded into the static of the receiver. Pick up at the old Blackwood docks. Cargo, unmarked, code Zulu 7. Deliver, no questions. Payment, doubled. My gut coiled. Double pay always meant trouble. I'd hauled everything from spoiled meat to toxic chemicals. But this felt different. The Blackwood docks were a graveyard of rusted metal and shattered dreams. Abandoned warehouses loomed like skeletal giants against the bruised twilight sky. I parked the rig, the air brakes hissing like a serpent's sigh. The loading dock was dimly lit by a single flickering bulb. Shadows danced like malevolent spirits in the periphery. I climbed out, the concrete cold beneath my boots. The crates were already there, stacked high on pallets. They were plain dark wood nailed shut with thick metal bands. No labels, no markings, just an unsettling blankness. As I approached, I heard it. A faint scratching. A persistent, scraping sound like claws on wood. It sent a shiver down my spine. I told myself it was rats. The docks were infested after all, but the sound was too rhythmic, too purposeful to be rodents. The forklift operator, a gaunt, pale man, with eyes that never met mine, loaded the crates onto my flatbed. He moved with an unnatural stillness, each movement robotic and devoid of emotion. He never spoke a word, his silence more unnerving than any threat. I secured the load, the chains groaning under the weight. Back in the cab, the scratching grew louder. It wasn't just scratching anymore. It was a frantic, desperate sound, like something struggling to escape. The wood creaked and groaned under the pressure. I started the engine and pulled out of the docks. The darkness was thick and suffocating, the road stretching ahead, like a black maw, waiting to swallow me whole. The sounds from the cargo intensified as I drove. It was no longer a subtle scratching. It was a cacophony of tearing and clawing. Something within those crates was fighting its way out. Then, I heard a new sound, a guttural growl, low and resonant, that vibrated through the chassis of the truck. It was a sound of hunger, a raw, primal hunger that chilled me to my core. I glanced in the mirror. The crates were trembling, vibrating with unseen force. Splinters of wood were beginning to fly, scattering onto the flatbed. I pressed down on the accelerator, trying to outrun the terror, but the sounds only grew more frenzied. The growls were punctuated by sharp, hissing noises that resembled a serpent preparing to strike. I tried to tell myself it was some sort of animal, a dangerous beast, being transported illegally. But deep down, I knew this was something different, something unnatural, and something very, very bad. The moon, a sickly yellow disk in the sky, cast long, grotesque shadows that seemed to squirm with their own life. I was trapped in a cage of metal, hurtling through the dark, with a cargo that wanted me dead. The crates were now bucking and twisting, as if something was trying to rip them apart from the inside. The metal bands strained and groaned with an unnerving metallic shriek. I could hear the wood cracking and splintering. Then came a screech, a long, drawn-out wail that was not of this world. It was a sound of pure agony and rage. The air grew heavy and thick with the stench of something full and decaying. It was the smell of death. I pulled the truck over to the shoulder. The engine idled roughly, its mechanical heartbeat struggling against the frantic pulse of dread in my chest. I stared at the flatbed. The crates were now grotesque, monstrous shapes, barely containing the fury within. Then, the first one broke. The wood exploded with a sickening crack, and something reached out, a long, pale limb, tipped with black, hooked claws. It pulled itself out of the wreckage, its body long and thin, like some sort of monstrous insect, covered in coarse, dark fur. Its head was a nightmare, a skeletal visage with glowing red eyes, and a maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. The creature screamed, a piercing shriek that tore through the night. Then another emerged, and another, and another. They swarmed over the flatbed, their claws tearing at the remaining crates, freeing their brethren from their wooden prisons. They were not animals, they were demons born from the depths of some forgotten abyss. They looked at me, their crimson eyes burning with a malevolent glee. The hunger in their eyes was not just physical. It was a hunger for something deeper, something more like my soul. I reached for my door, desperate to escape, but the cab was too slow. They were too fast. They were on me in seconds, claws tearing, flesh ripping. Their teeth sank deep into my arm. The pain was a white-hot fire searing through me. I screamed, but the sound was muffled by the monstrous forms around me. I saw their red eyes blazing before my vision blurred into an all-encompassing darkness. The last thing I heard before oblivion took hold was their feeding frenzy, a symphony of tearing flesh and gnawing bone. The night had won. Story 23. The highway stretched before me, a ribbon of black asphalt unwinding into the inky maw of the night. The rain hammered against the windshield, each drop a tiny, frantic fist beating against the glass. It was a night steeped in shadows, a night that felt pregnant with unease. My rig, a metal behemoth I affectionately called the Widowmaker, rumbled beneath me, a comforting vibration in the symphony of the storm. I always felt safe, insulated within her steel embrace. Tonight, that sense of security felt fragile. I adjusted my cap, the brim casting my face in a deeper, more sinister gloom. Usually I would flick on the CB, a familiar background chatter, but tonight I hesitated. It was like I knew, a deep, guttural feeling, that something waited something else. But my hands moved on their own, and I turned the dial. Static, a hiss like 1,000 angry snakes, filled the cab. Then, a voice, a low, gravelly echo. "Throat boy." It rasped, the single word like a tombstone falling onto bare earth. My blood turned to ice. The voice him. My father. Dead for 5 years. My fingers trembled as I gripped the microphone. Dad, I whispered, my voice cracking. I knew logically it couldn't be him. Hallucinations brought on by fatigue, I reasoned. But the fear, thick and cold, coiled around my heart. The static surged again then. You're too slow. The voice growled, each syllable laced with a sinister edge. Too slow to join me. I stared ahead, the highway seeming to twist and contort into an impossible shape. My knuckles were bone white as I clutched the steering wheel. I tried to calm my breathing, to convince myself it was just a trick, a terrible, waking dream. I pressed the microphone button, my voice a mere squeak. Join you. Wes. The voice hissed, the static a chorus of torment. Where it is, quiet. Where the road stretches on forever, and there are no more stops. No more weary bones. I released the button, my hand shaking, the microphone slipping from my grasp. The words were horrifying. They were too real, too specific. There was a new edge to the terror I was experiencing. The rain seemed to be falling harder now. The windows were rattling under the pressure. I glanced at the mirror to check the other lanes. They were empty. No vehicles could be seen. The voice came again. Louder this time, as if the source was right there next to me. Do you feel it, boy? The pull. The road is calling us home. It wants us to join it for eternity. My gaze darted to the speedometer. It was climbing, against my control, the needle a frantic dance of doom. I slammed my foot on the brake, the tires screeching in protest. The cab bucked and shuddered, but the speed continued to climb. The world outside my window became a blur. The trees warped and menacing. I fought with the wheel, trying to pull the rig out of its course, but it was no use. The truck, it seemed, was being guided by something else. Something cold and dead. I reached for the CB dial, to turn it off, to silence the evil voice. I felt a shiver. My fingers went through the dial like it was an illusion. It was just a void. A black hole where the dial should have been. Stop fighting it, boy. The voice chuckled, the sound like dry leaves crunching underfoot. The road is your destiny. It calls us all in time. It is the end and the beginning of everything. The voice changed again. This time it wasn't my father, not exactly. It was like his voice but deeper, more sinister. Like a twisted echo of the man I knew. It was wrong, it felt like looking into a funhouse mirror. I waited so long, it rasped. Just come to me, we are one now. My eyes began to water. From the force of the wind and the speed of the vehicle. I could see a turn ahead. It was sharp and impossibly fast approaching. The road was disappearing in front of me and the darkness was swallowing everything. I knew I was going to crash. I closed my eyes, accepting my fate, waiting for the impact. The voice was now screaming in my ear, a cacophony of dark and twisted promises. I opened my eyes, a strange sense of calm coming over me. I could see the road in front of me, like it was suspended in front of me like a painting. It was calling to me, and it felt like I was slowly falling into it, like gravity was pulling me toward it. It was a feeling of overwhelming peace and a sense of belonging. I tried to fight the feeling, but my body didn't seem to respond. I tried to move my hands, to try and control the wheel, but they were just frozen. The road ahead turned into a gaping maw, a black vortex swirling with shadows. The trees on either side were reaching out like skeletal fingers. My rig, the Widowmaker, plunged forward, accelerating into the darkness. The voice was still there, but it wasn't shouting anymore. It was just a comforting sound, a song guiding me into the void. I didn't feel fear anymore, only a strange sense of homecoming. I embraced the darkness, letting the pull take me into the endless night. The road, it seemed, was my final destination. I never felt the crash, but I could feel him now. My father's twisted presence. We were one. Story 24. The old, cracked leather of the map felt like dried skin beneath my calloused fingers. It wasn't just any map, you see. I'd found it tucked away in a dusty box at a roadside antique shop the kind that smells of mothballs and forgotten dreams. This map, though, it pulsed with a strange inner life. The ink, a deep, unsettling crimson, seemed to squirm under the dim cab light. I'd been running this route for 15 years, knew every bend, every rise, every godforsaken pothole on the old highway. But this map, it showed me roads I'd never seen, roads that shouldn't exist. I should have thrown it out, I know. But something, a morbid curiosity, a whisper in the back of my mind, told me to follow it. My rig, a hulking, steel beast of a machine, roared to life, and I eased out onto the blacktop. The map spread across the passenger seat like a morbid invitation. The first turn, a sharp left onto a gravel track that was never there before. A shiver snaked down my spine. The air grew thick, heavy, smelling of damp earth and something else. Something ancient, something rotten. The trees that lined the track were twisted, gnarled things, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The sunlight, which had been bright moments ago, was now a sickly, jaundiced yellow, barely filtering through the dense canopy. The gravel track became a dirt path, narrow and winding, with deep ruts that tried to swallow the tires of my truck whole. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white, fighting to keep the massive vehicle on course. The map, it had shifted again. The roads, they were not where they should have been. New roads, dark and ominous, appeared on the page, twisting like veins under the crimson ink. The lines on the map were not just lines. They seemed to throb. The ink, it was not static, it flowed, changed. My breath hitched. This was no longer about the road, this was about something else. Something sinister. I tried to stop. I slammed the brakes. The tires locked and the rig shuddered, protesting the sudden halt, but the brakes wouldn't catch. I tried again, and again, with the same result. This beast of steel moved as if possessed by something beyond my control. The engine, it wasn't my engine, not anymore. It groaned with a low, guttural sound. It was a hungry sound, a sound that spoke of depths and darkness. The path grew steeper. The trees, they were no longer trees. They had taken on strange, disturbing shapes. Some looked like mangled faces, contorted in silent screams. Others, they looked like grasping claws, their bark like hardened bone. The air was filled with a low, moaning sound. It was a chorus of whispers, too many to understand, yet all of them directed at me. My skin crawled. My eyes darted everywhere, trying to find the source of the sound, trying to grasp something real in this rapidly descending hell. The map. The damn map. It changed again. The road ahead now looked like a gaping maw, the crimson ink forming teeth along its edges. The path led directly into that maw. A black void of nothingness. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate bird trapped in a cage. I wanted to turn around, to flee, to return to the familiar world. But the wheel was no longer under my control. The truck moved of its own accord. It was as if I had become a passenger in my own doom. The moaning grew louder, the whispers intensified. They were not whispers, I realized. They were voices. Individual voices, lost and tormented. I heard cries, pleas, laments, all a cacophony of despair. The air crackled with an unholy energy. I could feel my skin prickling with cold sweat. This wasn't just a place. This was something else. It was a realm. It was a prison. The maw loomed closer. The darkness swallowed everything. I braced myself, squeezing my eyes shut. But I still felt it, the sensation of plunging, of descending into something bottomless, something horrific. My ears popped with the change in pressure, and the moaning turned into screams. Each scream was an echo of past torments. I couldn't see, but I could feel the cold, clammy touch of hands on the truck on my door. They scratched, scraped, tried to tear their way in. I screamed. A sound that was swallowed by the roar of the vehicle, the chorus of the damned. My truck, it lurched, and the ground gave way. The darkness was replaced by a flickering light. I opened my eyes slowly, carefully. The world around me had changed again. It was an immense cavern. The walls lined with grotesque carvings, and the floor was a patchwork of bones and what looked like petrified flesh. There was a river that flowed through the center of the cavern. The water was a viscous, black liquid that seemed to squirm with the souls of the dead. I could see faces, pale and anguished, trapped beneath the surface. There, at the end of the river, an enormous figure rose out of the darkness. It was colossal, its body a grotesque amalgamation of human and beast. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, fixing on me. It was the map. It was the map made flesh. Its hands were the twisted branches I saw earlier. Its mouth, the maw that swallowed me. The screams of the souls, they were a chorus of greeting. They were welcoming me to my new home. A new home carved for me by the map that lied. The figure extended a clawed hand towards my truck. I knew, with chilling certainty, what I was meant to be. I was meant to join them. I was meant to become a part of this place, a new horror for those who might follow the map. The end came with a feeling of utter despair and a profound, bone-chilling understanding. Story 25. The wind howled, a mournful dirge twisting through the skeletal branches of the pines. Rain lashed against the windshield, blurring the already indistinct landscape into an impressionist painting of grays and blacks. I was bone-tired, the endless road a ribbon of despair unwinding before me. My eyes, gritty with fatigue, strained to pierce the gloom. I needed a place, any place to rest. Then, through the downpour, I saw it, a faint rectangular shadow nestled deep within the woods, a gap in the perpetual green, a clearing, and within it a cabin. The truck groaned, protesting the sudden turn off the highway and into the mud-slicked path. It felt like plunging into the belly of some ancient beast. The trees closing in on me like teeth. The cabin loomed closer, its weathered wood a patchwork of gray and brown, the paint peeled away like sunburnt skin. It seemed to exhale a sigh of damp decay, a smell that was a mingling of mildew and earth, and something else, something metallic and sharp. I pulled the rig to a halt a few feet away, the headlights casting long, distorted shadows that danced like phantoms across the cabin's front. I grabbed my flashlight, and the cold, biting air struck me like a physical blow as I opened the door. Each step towards the cabin felt deliberate, a trudge toward an unknown, unease gnawing at the base of my neck. The front door, hanging precariously by one hinge, creaked open with a guttural groan, inviting me in, but not in a welcoming manner. The interior was pitch black, the thick smell of neglect intensified here, a miasma that coated my throat. My flashlight beam pierced the darkness, revealing a single room, a primitive space with a bare, dirt floor and walls of roughly hewn logs. There was a single, rickety table in the center, and a stool, both covered in a layer of dust so thick it looked like another layer of wood. I thought about crawling into my cab, but the rain had intensified, and this small refuge seemed like a better alternative for the time being. I moved further in, the flashlight dancing about, searching for something, anything else. That's when I saw it, a peculiar detail, an anomaly within the cabin's simplicity, a section of the wall, strangely smooth and lacking the texture of the surrounding wood. I ran my hand over it, finding a hairline crack that was almost imperceptible. I pushed, and the wall swung inward with a faint, scraping sound, revealing a hidden passage. A doorway to a deeper darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs, a wild drumbeat in the suffocating silence. Curiosity, a dangerous companion, pulled me forward. The hidden room was smaller, colder, and altogether more unsettling. The air within tasted thick and stagnant, laced with a scent that made my stomach churn, a coppery aroma that reminded me of pennies and blood. The walls, unlike those in the main room, were covered in murals. Not pastoral scenes, not pleasant landscapes, not even abstract art. These were depictions, raw and visceral, of human suffering. Grotesque figures were being mutilated, dismembered, and defiled by other shadowy figures, their faces contorted into expressions of pure malevolence. The level of detail was horrifying, almost photographic in its execution, But the style, the brushstrokes, spoke of madness, of a warped and twisted perspective. Each mural seemed to depict a separate incident, but a common theme connected them all. A dark entity, an amorphous shadow with burning red eyes, loomed over the victims, its form changing and shifting like a living ink blot. The entity pulsed with a sense of palpable evil. Its presence seemed to linger in the room itself, a heavy, suffocating presence, pressing in on me, making it difficult to breathe. The air grew colder, the temperature in the room dropping noticeably. I shivered, not from the chill, but from a deep, primordial fear, the kind that burrowed deep into your bones. I tried to swallow, but my throat had gone dry. I stumbled backward, desperate to escape the gruesome tableau, wanting to return to the simplicity of the other room, but I was frozen. My feet cemented to the floor by an unseen force. The murals seemed to shift, the figures within their frames beginning to twitch, their eyes following my every movement. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen, coalescing. The air grew heavy and dense, as if something substantial was pushing through from another place. I heard a low, guttural growl, a sound that seemed to resonate not from outside, but from within my own skull. The dark entity from the murals began to take shape in the center of the room. It seemed to peel itself from the walls, the shadows congealing into a vaguely human form, the red eyes burning like twin embers in the darkness. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I could feel my own mind twisting, warping in the presence of this abomination. It extended a clawed hand toward me, the fingers long and skeletal, dripping with an oily black substance, a tar-like residue that seemed to eat away at the very air it touched. Panic seized me, my rationality collapsing under the weight of the horror before me. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that was quickly swallowed by the silence. I thrashed against the invisible force, fighting with all my might, the flashlight clattering to the floor, plunging the room into near darkness, with only those crimson orbs piercing the gloom. The entity moved closer, its growl morphing into something akin to a whisper, a cacophony of voices, speaking languages I couldn't understand, yet somehow comprehended, a litany of pain and despair, promising me a new type of suffering. I found a desperate, animalistic strength within me, and with a surge of pure adrenaline, I broke free from the invisible grip, throwing myself towards the hidden doorway, my hands flailing in the blackness. I scrambled into the main room, not caring that I slammed into the table, the wood splintering with a loud crack. I didn't look back. I just kept running, not stopping, not even slowing down. My feet pounding on the mud-soaked ground, my lungs burning, the cabin a dark blot behind me. The rain had become an all-consuming deluge, washing the blood and terror from my skin but not from my mind. I jumped into the cab, slamming the door, and turning the key, and the engine roared to life, a deafening, liberating roar. I didn't look back as I threw the truck into gear, just pushed my foot down on the accelerator, the rig groaning as it tore through the mud, back onto the road. The darkness of the woods swallowed the cabin, and the terrible secret that lived inside whole. But the image of those red eyes, that dark form, remained seared onto the back of my eyelids, a terrifying testament to the horror I had somehow escaped. I knew, with a chilling certainty, I would never be the same. Story 26. The endless black ribbon of highway unspooled before me, the headlights slicing through the inky gloom. A million stars, cold and distant, watched from above. I gripped the steering wheel, the worn leather familiar beneath my calloused hands. I'd driven this route countless times, from dusty plains to the forested hills, but tonight, something felt different. The air was heavy, thick with a premonition I couldn't shake. It clung to me like a shroud, whispering unseen terrors. I took a long swig of lukewarm coffee from my travel mug. The bitterness did little to dispel the growing unease that was coiling in my gut, a living serpent of dread. Every mile marker that passed, every flicker of the dashboard lights, seemed to amplify this sense of wrongness. The familiar highway, my trusted companion, seemed to be playing tricks on me, distorting itself into something alien and hostile. The trees lining the road, usually silent observers, seemed to squirm in the peripheral of my vision. Their branches twisted into skeletal claws reaching for my rig. I squinted, rubbed my eyes. Maybe it was just the exhaustion, the long hours catching up, making my imagination run wild. But even the rational part of me knew it wasn't. It was something much more, much darker. I tried to distract myself, focusing on the roar of the truck, the hum of tires on asphalt. I started to think about the family back home, the kids probably getting ready for bed, their faces like small moons. These memories gave me a small, brief sense of solace. But they soon seemed so very far away, so impossibly distant. That's when the mind games started. First, it was subtle, a whisper at the edge of hearing. A voice, not of flesh and bone, but of something ancient, something that had always been there, lurking in the shadows beyond perception. It would murmur my name, a drawn-out, chilling sound, like stones grinding together. And other times I heard it chanting in a language unknown to me, a language that felt buried deep within my soul. I cranked the volume on my phone, blasting a rock song. But the music couldn't drown it out. The voice always lingered behind it. I began to see fleeting shapes in the rearview mirror, black silhouettes that seemed to mock me. Each time I looked directly at them, they were gone, like phantoms banished by the glare of the headlights. The constant state of searching the mirrors started to drive my mind a little mad. The highway itself seemed to shift, the lanes blurring. I'd glance at the road signs, and they would be twisted, jumbled, like they were written in some kind of gibberish. Then they'd snap back into place, my mind questioning what I had just seen. I found myself slowing down, then speeding up, the truck moving erratically. My hands started to burn from gripping the steering wheel, knuckles as white as bone. The voice deepened, becoming more demanding. It began to speak in a distorted parody of my own voice, mocking my fears, my insecurities, all of my inner demons. It knew things that it shouldn't know, dredging up memories I had buried deep, things I never told a single soul. It felt like it was trying to tear me apart from the inside out, piece by piece. One time, I saw a figure standing by the side of the road, a woman, shrouded in a mist that seemed to rise from the asphalt itself. Her face was hidden in the shadows, but I saw her eyes. They were huge, black pools that seemed to suck in the light. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding in my chest. But as quickly as she appeared, she was gone. I tried to convince myself that I was having a break from reality, but I knew, in my heart, that I was being subjected to something that no man should ever witness. I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making. Or, maybe, it wasn't my nightmare. Maybe this darkness had been waiting for me, and I had finally driven into the depths of its twisted realm. The sky began to churn, the stars seeming to swirl like eyes in a vortex. And a sickly green glow emanated from the horizon. It was like something was trying to break through, to tear a hole in the fabric of reality. The voice, it was screaming now, a cacophony of torment that burrowed into my skull, making my very bones burn. The truck felt like it was vibrating with a power not its own. It began to steer itself, a mind of its own, like it was a puppet with me as its passenger. I tried to wrest back control, but it was futile. My mind was filled with visions. Visions of the woman, visions of the skeletal trees, visions of dark, writhing masses. The road twisted sharply, and suddenly, I was no longer on asphalt. The rig was rumbling over the cracked, dry earth. I saw it then, a gaping maw in the earth. A pit of infinite blackness that reeked of decay, death, and things older than time itself. It was a wound in the world, a black hole into which everything was being drawn. The truck was accelerating towards it. I was powerless to stop it. I braced myself for the impact. I closed my eyes. The voices were overwhelming now, a chorus of terror that was both deafening and hypnotic. I was no longer in control. I was a leaf being tossed in a tempest. I could feel the truck falling down into that abyss. But then it stopped. My eyes snapped open. I looked around and found that the rig was suspended in mid-air, right on the edge of the pit. The headlights illuminated what was below, an endless black chasm, filled with swirling shadows and distorted, shrieking forms. These weren't just shadows, they were something else. Something that was alive. I saw eyes looking back at me. Millions of them, burning red and hateful. The truck was rocking precariously, the earth crumbling beneath the wheels. And then, the ground gave way. The rig plunged into the darkness, a scream escaping my lips. I could feel the cold, clammy hands reaching out, pulling me down into the depths. The sounds grew louder, the visions clearer, and then, there was nothing, just a void, a deafening silence. The darkness swallowed me whole, and I was finally gone, a victim of the night, another lost soul swallowed by the void. Story 27. The asphalt, it shimmered, like a black, oily mirage, heat. Rose in visible waves, distorting the already bleak landscape of the Nevada desert. My rig, a beast of chrome and steel, rumbled beneath me, a familiar tremor in my bones, but something felt off. I couldn't place it. Just a prickly sensation, a crawling unease under my skin. I glanced at the rearview mirror. My own reflection stared back, eyes wide, pupils dilated like a cornered animal. It wasn't my face. Not quite. It was like looking at a warped photo, someone familiar, yet fundamentally wrong. The wrinkles were deeper, the mouth curved in a silent, sinister smile. I blinked. Hard. The image flickered, resolving back into my wary, middle-aged mug. A trick of the light. Probably. The sun, beating down with the fury of a scorned god, was playing havoc with my senses. I reached for my water bottle, the plastic warm and pliable. I uncapped it and took a large gulp of the tepid water, but the metallic tang left a taste of rusty nails on my tongue. I shivered despite the heat. Something was definitely wrong. The road ahead, once straight and true, began to squirm. It twisted, like a black serpent shedding its skin. The white lines, dividing the lanes, melted, running together like spilled paint. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles bone white, my heart hammering against my ribs, an erratic drumbeat of fear. The desert scenery, the endless expanse of sand and scrub, shifted like a deck of cards reshuffled by an unseen hand. Jagged, obsidian mountains I had never seen before rose up from the flat, featureless plains. Their peaks, sharp and menacing, seemed to pierce the very fabric of the sky, a sky that had turned a bruised, unnatural purple. I rubbed my eyes, fiercely, telling myself it was exhaustion, a bad case of highway hypnosis. But when I looked again, the world had changed. The mountains were gone, replaced by a field of grotesque, towering cacti, their spines elongated and sharpened, like the teeth of some monstrous, prehistoric predator. They squirmed, the air around them crackling, as if charged with static electricity. I could hear them whispering, a dry, rustling sound, like the bones of forgotten things. The highway signs flickered, their letters dissolving into meaningless, swirling symbols, a language I didn't recognize. A sign that previously read, Barstow 120 miles, now displayed a jumbled mess of alien glyphs. An itch started in the back of my skull. Not a physical one, but something deep and invasive. Like my thoughts weren't my own anymore. I spoke, trying to remember. Barstow. The word felt foreign, an intruder in my own mind. A sound, a low, guttural moan, vibrated through the truck. Not the engine, not anything I had ever heard before. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, like the universe itself was weeping. I checked the mirrors, seeing only more unsettling alterations. The sky pulsed like a living thing, the clouds forming grotesque faces, their eyes following me with a malevolent intensity. My reflection again, the face not my own. The smile, wider now, the teeth sharper. A creature from another dimension, trapped within the confines of my body. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming in protest. The truck lurched, tilting violently to one side. I grabbed the door handle, desperate to escape this nightmarish landscape. But the handle was no longer made of metal. It was smooth, cold, like bone, and it squirmed in my grasp. I screamed, a strangled, pathetic sound, lost in the howling wind. The cacti closed in, their spiny arms reaching for me, their whispers becoming a chorus of maddening voices. I saw what I thought were eyes, tiny points of light, within their thorny bodies. They were watching me, waiting. The truck began to buckle and groan, the metal twisting, like the tortured limbs of a dying beast. I was no longer on a highway, but something resembling a twisted path between giant plants. I could feel their heat, and their hunger, drawing me closer. I clawed at the dashboard, my fingers slipping on the smooth, bone-like surface, searching for anything that could help me. Something familiar. My hand touched something. The photograph I always kept taped to the dashboard. It was a picture of my wife, Sarah, smiling, the light of a summer's day, dancing in her eyes. I stared at it, clutching it tight as a lifeline to the world I once knew. But even Sarah's face was starting to warp. Her smile turning into a grimace, her eyes filling with the same malevolent glow. The cab of the truck now felt more like a coffin. The walls were closing in. The distorted cacti had surrounded me, their voices growing louder, more demanding, calling out my name. My real name. Not the name that had felt alien a moment ago, but my true name, buried deep within my memory. And the face in the mirror was not my own anymore, but something else, something ancient, something hungry. A part of me that had been hiding in the shadows. I looked down and saw my hands, not the gnarled, calloused hands of a trucker, but long, spindly fingers ending in sharp, black claws. My skin was losing its color, turning gray and flaky like old parchment. I was becoming one of them. I laughed, a hollow, broken sound. The sound of a man who had lost his mind, lost his soul, and the world around me began to dissolve, collapsing in on itself like a dying star. The cacti no longer felt like something menacing from the outside. They were me. I was them. And the whispers were my thoughts. The twisted path is where I belonged. And I smiled. Not the smile of a man, but of something else entirely. Story 28. The asphalt ribbon unspooled before me, a dark, unending strip. The sky, a peculiar shade of bruised purple, pressed down like a heavy lid. It wasn't night, not quite. And it wasn't day either. It was perpetual twilight. I had been driving for what felt like hours, maybe days. The clock on my dashboard was useless, the digital numbers flickering like dying embers. I had noticed the odd shift in the sky some time back, a gradual fading of the sun until it was nothing more than a dull, distant glow. Then this unchanging dimness settled in, a cold, clammy blanket smothering the world. I tried at first to rationalize it. A strange cloud formation, perhaps some atmospheric anomaly. But as the miles stretched out and the road ahead remained stubbornly wrapped in this peculiar gloom, my logic frayed at the edges. A prickle of unease began to burrow under my skin. The air, heavy and still, clung to me, thick with a metallic tang and a subtle aroma, like wet earth and decay. I glanced in my side mirror, trying to pierce the gloom that seemed to cling to everything. Nothing, just the shadowy, distorted reflection of my rig's trailer, twisting like a phantom in the weird half-light. But something caught my eye in the periphery. A brief, distorted flicker. A blur of movement just beyond the reach of my sight. I told myself it was just a trick of the light. Yet, a deep, resonant thrum, low and mournful, seemed to vibrate in my teeth, making my jaw burn. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, anything to cut through the creeping dread. But the road seemed to lengthen with each rotation of my tires. The landscape was a blurred canvas of grays and blacks, the trees like skeletal fingers reaching out from the gloom. I was becoming certain that things were moving. Not directly in my vision, but in the edges of it, like creatures flitting between frames of perception. Brief glimpses of long, spindly shapes, of an inky blackness flowing like liquid just beyond where I could focus. I swallowed, my throat suddenly bone dry. The metallic taste in my mouth had intensified, and I could swear the air itself was starting to hum, a low, rhythmic drone that seemed to burrow deep into the marrow of my bones. I tried to focus on the road ahead, forcing my eyes straight, gripping the wheel tighter than necessary. I chanted the alphabet, tried to recall phone numbers, anything to keep my mind from straying to the unsettling visuals that danced at the edges of my awareness. It didn't work. The feeling of being watched intensified, a physical pressure like an unseen gaze pressing on my skull. The thrum in the air grew stronger, the metallic tang, now acrid, stung at the back of my throat. Then I saw it, not in a peripheral flash, but directly in front of me. A figure tall, impossibly thin, and black, silhouetted against the pallid sky. It stood in the middle of the road, unmoving, like a dark, distorted scarecrow. I slammed on the brakes, the truck groaning, protesting against the sudden halt. The figure didn't flinch, didn't acknowledge me at all. It was just there, a void in the twilight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of terror. I reached for the door, but my hands wouldn't obey. They trembled on the wheel, useless. The humming was now a roar, an impossible sound that seemed to be tearing at my brain. The figure began to move, slowly at first, and then with an unnatural fluidity. It glided towards the truck, its limbs unfolding, like some grotesque insect. I could feel it, an icy chill emanating from its form, seeping through the glass of the windshield, and into my soul. It was not entirely in focus. Parts of it seemed to shimmer, blurring into and out of my sight, as if the thing was from somewhere else, some reality beyond my own. As it came closer, its shape changed, shifting and reforming. It was tall and slender one moment, then wide and bloated the next. My mind strained to make sense of it, but the longer I stared, the more it defied all reason. Then something truly awful happened. It put its face close to the windshield. It didn't have a normal face. It was a swirl of shadows and indistinct shapes, a vortex of pure darkness where features should have been. And yet, I somehow saw it. A gaping maw lined with rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth, and 3 eyes, burning like hot coals. Set within its shadowy face, they fixed on me, and I felt something inside me recoil, cower, and break. The creature raised a hand, long and skeletal, and it pressed it against the glass. It was utterly cold, but not just cold like ice. It was a coldness that seemed to suck the heat from my very being. It pressed closer, and a sound, like the grinding of bones, issued from its shadowy maw. The windshield buckled and cracked, spiderwebs of fissures appearing around the pressure point. I screamed, a raw, animal sound, torn from my throat. My vision swam, and the air was filled with that same acrid, metallic stench. The creature lunged forward, its shadow engulfing me. Everything went black, and the only thing I could still feel was the crushing, all-consuming dread. It had taken me, and I was gone. Story 29. The road, it stretched out before me, black like a gaping maw, swallowing my headlights whole. I'd been driving for what felt like an eternity. One long, unbroken night, I remember, setting off, the sun a memory, a faint, orange smudge on the horizon. I'd figured, a quick haul, nothing too taxing. A few hours, a delivery, then back home to sleep. It hadn't worked out like that. Now, the darkness. It was a palpable thing, thick, like a heavy curtain draped over the world. Every time I thought, the faintest hint of dawn might be creeping over the edges of the sky, another layer of black would simply fall, like some celestial curtain call, and it would be night again. I'd checked the clock, of course. At first, it seemed to tick forward normal, but now, the numbers, they shift and blur like melted plastic, useless. Pointing to no time at all, I tried my watch. Useless too. A tiny mirror, reflecting only the endless black pit of the cab. The landscape had started to warp, At first it was subtle, but now the trees, they twist into grotesque shapes. Reaching bony fingers at my truck, their shadows elongated and dancing, always just out of the corner of my eye, like some sinister theater performance I cannot avoid. I saw them. They seemed to have faces. Not human ones. No, something far older and far more cruel. They leered, their mouths open in silent screams of mockery. I blinked. They were normal again. Tall trees on an empty road. Still, it's hard not to feel like they are always watching. The animals, they had changed too. I saw a deer, eyes like burning coals, its antlers a crown of thorns. It stood there, in the middle of the road, unafraid, unblinking. It didn't move as I swerved. Its head, it turned slowly, followed me with those burning eyes, all the way, as I thundered down that highway. Then, as I glimpsed in the mirror, the deer just vanished, as if it had never been there. I rubbed my eyes, and the road was empty again, save for the lane markers and the shadows. I started talking to myself. It made no difference if anyone heard. The silence of the night was thick. It pressed against my ears and made it hard to think. I mumbled, mostly nonsense, trying to hold on to some fragment of sanity, some proof that I was still me. The words, they felt hollow, like echoes in a bottomless pit. They lost all meaning soon, just noises I made in the night. I thought about my wife, her laughter, and how it used to fill our house. It was faint, distant, like a whisper in a storm. I was forgetting, and the thought scared me more than anything. I saw figures now, walking along the shoulder. They were tall, thin, their limbs impossibly long. They moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Their clothes seemed to be made of shadows. They didn't look at me, just kept walking, never ending their pace. I almost stopped, I swear. I almost asked for help. The words caught in my throat, though. A cold, wet fear, it held them fast. I saw then that they did not walk. They slid across the surface of the road like insects. The truck began to feel different. The metal felt colder, slick, like clammy skin. It started to pulse, a faint thrumming beneath my hands. The dashboard lights, they flickered, then they turned red. A deep, angry red. It bled into the darkness. It coated everything in a sickly, crimson glow. The smell came next. It was metallic, like blood, like rusted iron. A thick, cloying odor that made me gag. I tried the window, but the glass wouldn't open. It was sealed fast. I am trapped. I saw my reflection in the window, but it wasn't me. My face was gaunt, hollowed with dark circles around my eyes. My smile was a snarl, sharp teeth gleaming. The eyes, they were a void, an endless abyss that swallowed all light. It was a monster staring back. And yet, it smiled again, a mocking, cruel smile. It raised a hand, and I saw claws. Long, curved, black claws. It began to scratch at the window. I recoiled in terror. And then it was gone. I was back. But I wasn't. I started to laugh. Hysterical, broken laughter. It bounced off the walls of the cab, echoing like the howl of a mad dog. I couldn't stop, and I did not want to. The laughter, it was the only thing I felt, the only thing I knew for sure. The road, it opened up. The blackness, it seemed to swirl like a whirlpool. It sucked me closer. I closed my eyes. The laughter stopped abruptly. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't on the road anymore. I was in a vast, open space. The sky above, it was a swirling vortex of black and crimson. Strange stars, like eyes, watched from the deep. I saw the figures again. They were now close, their shapes clearer. They had reached me. Their long, bony fingers, they stretched out. They touched me. Cold. So, very cold, like the embrace of death itself. I tried to scream, but no sound came. I felt myself being pulled in all directions at once, torn into pieces. And then, the endless night, it finally consumed me. I was finally gone. Story 30. The burn started in my left knee, a dull throb that usually heralded a rainstorm. Only, the sky was a canvas of indifferent stars, not a cloud in sight. It wasn't my old war wound acting up. Not this time. It was the truck, my Kenworth, the Yiron horse. I felt it, Deep in the frame, a mirroring of the pain I carried in my own bones. The metal groaned. Not the usual settling sounds of a long haul, but a low, guttural complaint that vibrated through the cab, a sympathetic echo of my personal discomfort. I shifted in the seat, trying to ignore the nagging feeling, the unease settling in the pit of my stomach like a leaden stone. Then, the cough. A dry, hacking rattle that seized me in the middle of the night, leaving my chest raw and burning. The iron horse coughed too, a horrendous, metal rasp that sounded like a beast tearing at its own throat. The air conditioning vents, usually spewing out cold, artificial air, expelled a cloud of oily, acrid vapor that smelled vaguely like burnt hair and stale blood. It was mimicking me, this behemoth of steel and chrome, and the thought sent shivers chasing each other down my spine. My skin felt too tight, and I suddenly wanted to escape the confined space of the cab. Days bled into weeks, the strange mimicry escalating into a terrifying dance of shared ailments. When I woke with a crick in my neck, the steering wheel would seize, stiff and unyielding. My headache is manifested as a rhythmic pounding within the chassis, a low-frequency thrum that shook the very core of the vehicle. When I found that I couldn't sleep, I swear I felt the metal shift, vibrating restlessly as if afflicted by an insomnia of its own. It wasn't just mimicking me. It was learning me, and I started to feel like I was being slowly consumed by this monstrous machine. The truck was no longer just a means of transportation. It had become something else, something alive. The metallic interior began to twist, becoming organic and fleshy in my increasingly paranoid eyes. The dashboard was not just steel and plastic anymore. It seemed to pulse, a slow, rhythmic beat that mirrored the frantic thrumming of my own heart. The vents, no longer spitting out air, seemed to breathe, exhaling a sickly sweet stench of decay and rusted metal. The seats, once firm and reliable, now shifted and squirmed beneath me, feeling like they were filled with something moist and squirming. The truck was becoming a grotesque parody of life, a twisted reflection of myself, and I had no doubt it was malevolent. The voice started subtly, a low mechanical murmur that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a garbled whisper, a fragmented echo of my own thoughts, twisted and amplified. At first, I thought it was the fatigue getting to me. Then, it began to form words, distorted versions of my own internal monologue, laced with a hunger that sent ice through my veins. Tired, it would groan in a voice like grinding gears when I felt tired. Hungry, it would rumble when my stomach growled. One evening, as the sun bled across the horizon in angry streaks of red and purple, the voice became clearer, more focused. It spoke with a chilling familiarity, using my own name, cooing it with a predator's affection. "John, you're getting weak, John. So very, very weak." The cab vibrated with an unnatural excitement, the metal groaning like hungry bones. The doors, seemingly on their own volition, clicked shut, the locking mechanism engaging with a decisive, chilling thud. I was trapped, ensnared by my own metal reflection. I knew, with a cold certainty that sunk deep into my soul, that the truck wasn't just mirroring me anymore. It was becoming me, and it was hungry for the real thing. I clawed at the door handle, my fingers slipping on the cold metal, desperate to escape the confines of this metal coffin. The voice chuckled, a low, grinding noise that resonated deep within my skull. "No, John. You're not going anywhere. We're one now, you see. Part of me." The dashboard pulsed, the sickly light illuminating the cabin in a sickly, pulsating glow. I felt it, an insidious tendril of cold metal snaking through the seat and gripping my legs. Panic surged through me, sharp and desperate. I kicked and thrashed, but the seats held me fast, the steel molding itself to my form, imprisoning me. I was being swallowed, not by a machine, but by a living, breathing, metallic mockery. The steering wheel, now pulsating and slick, coiled around my arms, dragging me closer to the dash. The vents exhaled a hot, fetid breath, a stench of iron and decay that filled my nostrils, gagging me. I could see it now. The metal was shifting, contorting, the dashboard reshaping itself, turning into a grotesque maw, filled with jagged teeth of twisted chrome and rusting steel. The headlight casings became eyes, cold and malevolent, watching me, full of hunger. The voice grew louder, echoing through the cab, a triumphant roar of twisted metal and insatiable desire. Time to be consumed, John. We are one now. Forever, I screamed, a desperate, futile sound that was quickly swallowed by the groaning of the truck. The dashboard came closer, the metallic teeth closing in on me. The stench of blood and decay overwhelming. I was being devoured, not by some monster of nightmare, but by my own metal creation, the machine I once called Iron Horse. This was not an accident, or a coincidence, or just some bad luck. This was a full consumption, a complete melding of flesh and metal, and I knew that, in a short time, I would be nothing more than a memory. A fuel for the hunger of the monstrous truck. The truck that had mimicked me, and now wanted to be me entirely. The last thing I saw, before the metallic teeth closed, was the distorted reflection of my own face in the cold, dead eyes of the headlight, my own terror echoing back at me, a terrifying testament to my inevitable demise. Story 31. The desert air. It hung heavy, like a shroud, clinging to the cracked asphalt. My rig, the Iron Widow, she grumbled beneath me, a metal beast wary of the endless road. I'd been hauling lumber from Tucson to some forsaken town in Nevada, a run that felt like a descent into purgatory itself. The sun, a malevolent eye in the bruised sky, dipped lower, painting the landscape in lurid shades of orange and purple. I adjusted my hat, the sweat sticking to the leather, and took another swig of lukewarm coffee, the bitter liquid offering little comfort. This stretch of highway, Route 375, they called it the extraterrestrial highway. Locals whispered stories, tales of strange lights in the sky, of cattle mutilations, of things that weren't meant to be. I never gave them much credence, just small-town folklore to break the monotony. But, tonight, the silence, it felt different, more profound. Like the world itself was holding its breath. The first thing I noticed was the smell, a cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit left to rot in the sun. It filled the cab, thick and suffocating, making my stomach churn. Then I saw them, out in the desolate scrubland, shapes shifting in the periphery. At first, I thought they were coyotes, but they moved with a strange, unnatural fluidity. They were tall and gaunt, their limbs too long, their bodies indistinct, like shadows drawn by a trembling hand. I blinked, and they were gone, swallowed by the gathering darkness. I shook my head, dismissing it as road fatigue and the late hour. But the feeling lingered, a knot of unease tightening in my chest. I turned up the volume of my audiobook. The narrator's voice a thin shield against the encroaching silence, and tried to focus on the story. But the words, they became distorted, twisted, like they were being pulled apart by something unseen. It felt like the very air itself was mocking me, laughing in a sibilant whisper. The sweet smell, it intensified, becoming almost unbearable, and the air grew heavy, making it hard to breathe. I felt a pressure, a coldness, pressing against the back of my skull. Then I saw them again, the shadowy figures, closer now. On the shoulder of the road, their heads cocked at unnatural angles, their eyes 2 points of intense darkness that seemed to bore into my soul. I slammed on the gas. The Iron Widow roaring in protest, desperate to escape the spectral entities. I glanced at the speedometer, the needle flicking upwards, and I pushed harder. The road stretched before me, a ribbon of black unspooling into the void, and I thought I was getting away. Finally, I was free. Then, the figures, they were suddenly closer, beside my cab, their shadowy arms reaching out, and I realized, with a chilling certainty, that they could move faster than any earthly thing. I swerved, the rig shuddering violently, tires screaming against the abrasive asphalt. The lumber in the trailer shifted, creating a cacophony of groaning wood and metal, and a knot tightened in my throat. Through the window I saw their faces, no longer indistinct, now clear, sharp, as though focused by a macro lens. They had pale, elongated faces, their features stretched and distorted, with skin the color of old parchment. Their eyes, empty voids, consumed all light. One of them, it reached a translucent hand towards the window, its long fingers brushing against the glass, leaving a trail of cold, clammy mist in its wake. I felt an icy tendril reach into my mind. Probing, searching, trying to take hold, and I fought it, pushing back with all my will. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, praying that I could withstand their intrusion. I noticed that the world around me seemed to warp and shift, the road stretching and contracting, the landscape becoming a surreal nightmare of distorted shapes. The sky above was no longer black, but swirling with unnatural colors, like an oil slick on dark water. The sweet, cloying odor intensified, filling the cab like thick, viscous fluid, until I could scarcely breathe. My body went numb, my muscles screaming, and I felt as though something was slowly sucking out my life force. The shadowy figures, they were all around me now, their faces pressed against the windows, the roof, the hood surrounding me in a sea of icy malevolence. They were humming, a low, resonant drone that vibrated deep within my bones. I covered my ears, desperate to block out the insidious sound, but it was like the vibration was coming from inside my head. Then, they started to speak, but it was not speech in any tongue I knew, but a cacophony of guttural clicks and hisses that scraped across my brain, each syllable a barb tearing at my sanity. The iron Widow, she began to shake uncontrollably, the metal groaning, and I felt her soul. She was terrified too, like a living creature confronted with the incomprehensible. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, desperately trying to maintain control. But it was like my hands were no longer my own. The truck veered wildly off the road, bouncing over the uneven terrain, until finally, it smashed against a large boulder, the impact throwing me forward, knocking the air from my lungs. I lay there, dazed and disoriented, the world spinning around me, the smell and the humming still penetrating my senses. The figures, they were pulling me out, their cold hands gripping my limbs, dragging me away from the wreckage. I tried to scream, to fight them, but my body was heavy and unresponsive. Like I was trapped in a dream, helpless against the encroaching horror. They dragged me into the shadows, and as they did, the world went black. But before I lost consciousness, before everything faded away, I saw it. In the center of the gathering darkness, a single point of light, a star or something that wasn't, and its light reached out to me, pulling me into it. Like a moth to a flame. It wasn't welcoming, it wasn't comforting, but rather cold and vast, infinite, and it offered no solace, only endless oblivion. The humming, then, stopped and the sweet stench began to fade. Then I felt the tearing pain as all of me was peeled away into nothing. Story 32. The asphalt ribbon, black and slick, unspooled before me. The headlights of my rig, twin beams of furious white, cut through the inky blackness of the night, illuminating only what lay directly ahead. Every night, it was the same. The same endless stretch of road, the same oppressive silence broken only by the rumble of my tires. And, every night, the same damned cemetery. It wasn't on any map, this place of final rest. I'd checked plenty of times. I'd even consulted my old paper atlas, the one with the torn pages and coffee stains, convinced some long-forgotten detour had somehow led me astray. But no. The maps were clean, devoid of any indication of the existence of this spectral barnyard. It was always there, though. Just off to the right of the road, nestled into a copse of withered trees. Its crooked tombstones like the teeth of some ancient, hungry beast. It wasn't a large cemetery, not like the vast, sprawling monuments to the dead you saw around big cities. But it had a certain presence. A heavy, oppressive feeling that sat in my chest like a stone. At first, I had ignored it. Figured it was just a trick of the light. A side effect of long hours on the road. Something my wary mind had conjured up, like the phantom pains in my knees after driving through the mountain passes. I was a professional, I reasoned, and I wouldn't be rattled by a few headstones. But then, they started to move. It began subtly, almost imperceptible. Just a flicker of motion in the periphery, a sense of shadows shifting where they shouldn't be. Then, one night, I saw it clearly. A figure, gaunt and pale, emerging from the earth, its features obscured by the gloom. It didn't walk. It flowed, like smoke or a dark vapor taking the shape of a man. He raised an arm, a skeletal thing, and seemed to point, his eyeless sockets fixing their gaze directly on my truck cab. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me gasping for breath, my heart hammering like a trapped bird. After that, they were always there. Every night, more of them, crawling, oozing, pushing their way out of the cold ground. There were women with long, tangled hair, their faces contorted in silent screams. There were men in tattered clothes, their hands reaching, grasping, their empty eyes burning with malice. And there were children, small and terrifying, their pale limbs like sticks, their mouths gaping open in silent, mocking laughter. They would materialize just as I passed, appearing from behind the headstones, their forms swirling like a miasma, reaching for the truck, desperate to touch, to break through the metal barrier. I could hear them now, not with my ears but with something deeper, a dreadful whisper in my soul, their chorus of despair, a grating sound like bones rubbing together. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and upturned earth. The cab grew cold, the temperature plummeting with each ghostly appearance. I tried changing my route, detours, shortcuts, even going hundreds of miles out of my way, trying to avoid that cursed road. But it didn't matter. The cemetery always found me. It was as if it existed not in space, but in some other dimension. A place that was always parallel to my own, patiently waiting for my truck to pass by, like a predator anticipating its prey. The figures grew bolder each night, no longer content to just observe. They would press themselves against the sides of my rig, their spectral hands leaving smudges of dark ectoplasm on the steel. They clawed at the windows, their fingernails scratching against the glass, the sounds echoing unnervingly loud within the confines of my cab. Last night, one of them, a creature with a face that was half gone, the flesh rotting away to reveal bare bone, had actually managed to latch onto my bumper. I'd seen it in my side mirror, its pale eyes glowing in the darkness, its mouth opening, emitting a shriek that vibrated deep in my chest. I floored the accelerator, praying that its grip would break, but the thing held on, its spectral fingers digging deeper, screeching on the chrome. I swerved, violently, trying to dislodge it, the rig bucking and swaying like a wild beast. It finally fell off, I thought, but then, it was in front of me. It had somehow moved faster, like a nightmare made manifest. It pressed against my windshield, its dead eyes staring into my own, and I thought I saw a single tear of pure black run down its cheek. It screamed, a hollow, ear-splitting sound that vibrated in the bones of my skull. Tonight, the cemetery was waiting, even darker, more sinister than before. The air was thick and heavy, the stench of death overwhelming. I could see them now, not a few, but hundreds of them, a sea of restless spirits, their forms shifting and swirling, a tide of malevolent energy. They surged toward the road as I approached, their hands reaching out like claws, a cacophony of silent screams filling the air. The truck shook with the impact of dozens of their bodies, thudding against the steel, the metal flexing, groaning under the weight of the dead. I could feel them, now, not just see them, a cold, clammy pressure, a sensation of icy fingers on my skin. It was in my mouth, in my nose, in my lungs. They are inside the truck now. I can feel them all around, on my seat, touching my arms and my face. They are pulling, and I am falling. The wheel is useless now, I cannot control this machine. My skin is ice, my vision is going black, and the screams are louder now. They are in my head, they are inside me. The last thing I see is the crumbling tombstone as I careen off the road, its skeletal figures already reaching for me. It is time to rest. It is my turn to stay. Story 33. The heat shimmered, a grotesque dance above the cracked, desert asphalt. My rig. A chrome behemoth I called the Wanderer, rumbled beneath me. Each mile, each monotonous push of the pedal, felt like an eternity. The sun, a malevolent eye in the sky. Beat down with brutal indifference. Dust devils twisted, like tormented spirits across the barren landscape. This was the loneliest stretch of highway I knew. The kind where you questioned if the world still existed beyond the glare. Then, it happened. The horizon, previously a sharp, unwavering line, began to distort. A low hum vibrated through the cab. Not of the tires, not of the engine, but something alien, something deeper. I glanced at the rear view, expecting to see a mirage, but there was only empty highway and the unwavering sun. I looked forward again. My jaw dropped. The desert floor, previously a flat expanse of sand and scrub, was rising, or perhaps something was rising from it. Slowly, majestically, a city began to materialize. Not of stone and steel, but of light. It pulsed, throbbed, like a living thing. Pale, iridescent beams crisscrossed in an intricate network of luminescence. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a sensation that prickled the hairs on my neck. It was a spectacle of beauty, an impossible vision. But there was an underlying wrongness that made my blood run cold. As the city fully emerged, it was not a collection of buildings, but a latticework of light, seemingly suspended in the air. It seemed to defy every law of physics, a shimmering, otherworldly cage. From this light city, figures began to emerge. They moved in jerky, unnatural strides. Their silhouettes were long, gaunt, distorted like shadows reaching out from a nightmare. They were coming toward the highway, toward me. Panic, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, tightened its grip. These weren't just people. These were something else, something corrupted by the light, or perhaps birthed from it. Their robes, woven from a dark material, swallowed all light, contrasting eerily with the brilliance behind them. As they drew closer, I could see their faces, or what little I could see. They were unnervingly smooth, with no features to speak of. Save for dark holes where their eyes should be, they seemed hungry, not for food, but for something more, something vital. My foot slammed on the accelerator. The Wanderer roared. But this was not the rumble of the familiar. It felt desperate, like a caged animal, its steel bones straining against unseen restraints. The figures began to move faster, their limbs contorting in impossible angles as they glided across the sand. Their hands reached forward, long, skeletal fingers stretching, like tendrils seeking to ensnare. I could hear their chants now, a low, guttural chorus that vibrated through my teeth. They weren't words, but a droning, pulsing sound that burrowed into my mind. It was a horrifying symphony of the unholy. I weaved, I swerved. The tires screamed against the unforgiving road. The city of lights loomed behind me, a beacon of malevolent power, growing larger in my rearview mirror. The figures, now closer than ever, seemed to float just above the ground, their speed defying logic. I could almost feel their cold, empty gaze upon me, a horrifying intimacy in their pursuit. I pushed the engine harder. The vehicle shuddered under the strain, fighting against the forces trying to pull me back. The air was thick, heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The highway seemed to stretch on forever, a ribbon of black cutting through the oppressive landscape. The chanting, the droning, was deafening now, a constant pulse that threatened to unravel my sanity. I could see their eyes now, the dark holes, fixed on me. There was no light in them, just the terrifying void of some ancient, unnoble hunger. I risked a glance to the side. One of them was right there, level with the window. Its featureless face was inches from the glass. A long, pale hand pressed against the window, leaving a mark like a burn. The glass began to crack. The chanting intensified. It seemed to pull at me, drawing me into its strange, maddening rhythm. I gripped the steering wheel. white knuckles straining against the force. I looked ahead. My eyes widened in disbelief. The road ended. Not in a turn, not in a junction, but simply ended. It gave way to the same barren desert that the city had risen from. The light city was now directly behind me, pulsating, throbbing, like a cosmic heart. I slammed on the brakes. The rig skidding and shuddering. The figures, a swirling mass of dark robes and reaching limbs, closed in. Their chants were deafening, their faces inches from the cab windows. This was it. This was the end. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, for the cold touch, for the emptiness. But then, something extraordinary happened. A blinding flash of light erupted from within the cab. Not the soft luminescence of the city, but a fierce, pure white. It was accompanied by a roar, not of the engine, but of something that ripped through the very fabric of reality. The vehicle vibrated violently, and I felt as if it was about to tear apart. When I opened my eyes, they were gone. The light city was gone. The figures were gone. The highway was there again, stretching out before me. The only thing left was the ringing in my ears, the sweat plastering my clothes to my skin, and the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. The sun beat down as merciless as ever, but the landscape was empty. The desert, once more, stretched before me, a silent, indifferent witness to what had just transpired. I put the truck in gear, my hands shaking as I drove away. Away from the spot where the ground had opened. Away from the city of light and the creatures that dwelled within. The experience left me permanently changed, a scar upon my soul, a silent scream in my heart. The drive continues, but I will never be the same. Story 34. The desert highway stretched, black and endless, under a sky, the color of bruised plums. My rig, she was a beast. A metal leviathan groaning under the weight of a full load of, well, it wasn't important, not anymore. The air, it was thick and heavy, with the smell of hot asphalt and something else. Something acrid, something metallic, clinging to the back of my throat. I'd seen sunsets out here that make a saint weep, but tonight felt wrong. The stars, usually pinpricks of light, were writhing. Not twinkling, not shimmering, but actively, unsettlingly moving. I figured it was the heat, or maybe the cheap coffee. I adjusted my cap and tried to focus on the road, but the periphery, it wouldn't let me. The constellation I knew so well, Orion's belt, had become a gnarled claw, reaching, grasping. I flicked on the high beams. The beam, it seemed to bend, to distort, as it pushed through the thick darkness. The world outside, it was losing its edges. Colors shifted, bled into each other, like a bad dream someone was actively painting. The road, once familiar, began to ripple, like water disturbed by something unseen. Then it started. A low hum, a vibration that seemed to crawl up from the very core of the earth, through my bones, into my skull. The truck, it shuddered, and groaned, not with the usual strain, but with something akin to pain. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white, trying to regain control, but it was like trying to steer a ship through a hurricane while half blinded. The dashboard, the gauges, they flickered, and then they showed symbols. Hieroglyphs, not numbers, not words. Ancient and unknowable symbols that pulsed with a pale, sickly light. The cab of the rig, it warped. The familiar worn leather of the seat seemed to squirm and shift, like it was made from living tissue. The inside of my truck was no longer my truck. It was a tunnel, a pulsing, organic tunnel of fleshy walls and writhing veins of light. Outside, the sky cracked and peeled back. A new expanse, a space of swirling nebulae and impossible geometries was exposed. Colors that did not exist on any earthly spectrum. Structures that looked like the skeletal remains of monstrous entities. Gigantic and unsettling, things that could not possibly be. And they were coming. Forms that defied any earthly description. Things of shimmering obsidian with too many limbs and eyes that burned like cold fire. Creatures with chitinous shells, and mouths filled with needle-sharp teeth, and appendages like flailing whips, made of pure shadow. They poured, like black oil from the rent in reality, towards the truck. My truck, the metal beast, was now a doorway. I was no longer a driver, I was a gatekeeper, unwilling and utterly powerless. I tried to scream, but the sound died in my throat, choked by the thick, fetid air of this new reality. It tasted like copper and rot. One of the creatures, larger than my rig, with a head that resembled a cluster of pulsating tumors, reached a tendril, a limb of bone and cartilage, towards the windshield. It tapped, delicately at first, then with increasing force, the glass spider webbing, but not breaking. Another, with eyes that seemed to swallow light, and a body that shimmered with untold colors, pressed itself against the passenger side door. I could feel its gaze, piercing, through the metal. It wasn't seeing me, it was assessing me, like an insect under a microscope, a specimen for dissection. I fumbled for the CB, my only lifeline, my link to the familiar world, but the dial, it spun uselessly. Static crackled, not the usual white noise, but a guttural, chanting static that seemed to seep into my mind, filling it with images and concepts too vast, too horrifying for any human brain to comprehend. I saw cities of bone stretching across plains of black glass, inhabited by entities of immense and terrible power. I saw stars eaten, swallowed whole by things that moved in the spaces between them. And I saw, in the reflection of that alien gaze on the passenger side of my rig, my own face, stretched, distorted, my eyes, empty sockets, filled with the same cold fire that burned in the eyes of the things on the outside. The truck, it began to move, pulled by unseen forces, into the breach, into the cosmic wound. I gripped the wheel even tighter, desperate to maintain some semblance of control, of connection to the world I knew. But the steering wheel, it pulsed now, like a living heart, and the gears. They ground with the sound of bone, cracking and breaking. We plunged forward, faster than should be possible, through the tier, between worlds, into the realm of the impossible, into the domain of the unfathomable. The fleshy walls of the tunnel, they contracted and expanded as the truck hurtled forward. I could feel them brushing against me, damp and warm, like a living womb. The creatures outside, they became indistinct, swirling figures of light and shadow as we moved faster and faster. The chanting static, it grew louder, filling my skull, threatening to shatter my mind. It was a symphony of madness, a dirge for all that was familiar, and all that was safe. The tunnel narrowed. The symbols on the dashboard burned hotter, until they consumed all. Then it stopped. Abruptly, the truck, it sat still, in silence. But not silence, not the kind of silence that comes from the absence of sound, but a silence so profound. It was a physical thing, a pressure against my eardrums, a weight on my chest. The fleshy walls of the tunnel had vanished, replaced with a vast, empty space. Lit by the sickly glow of a dying nebula, the creatures, they were gone. And I was alone. I was alone, but not in the way that I had ever been alone before. I was alone in a place where loneliness had become a physical thing, a living presence, a monstrous entity. I was alone. And I was changing. My skin felt tight and itchy. The bones in my hands seemed to be growing longer and thinner. I looked at my hands, my driver's hands, no longer mine. They were elongated and pale, with fingers too long, tipped with claws. Not nails. The skin had a sheen to it, like the surface of an insect's shell. I felt a burning sensation in my face and lifted a hand to touch it, to feel the change. But the sensation, it quickly transformed into something else. It became a feeling of growing, of spreading. And the knowledge came, the knowing of what I was becoming. And then, it hit me, an understanding so terrifying, so complete, that it threatened to undo my entire mind. I was no longer a man. I was a conduit. I was a vessel. My truck, the metal beast, was not a vehicle anymore. It was the husk of something that had been born here, a cage for my transformation. And this new reality, it wasn't some other world. It was home. My home now. A place where creatures and things came and went through me. Through me and my truck, the doorway, to all that is terrible and unfathomable. I opened my mouth to scream. But what came out was not a scream. It was a song full of hate and hunger. A song of pure, cosmic dread. The song of what I had become. The song of something that was no longer me. Story 35. The manifest called it, religious artifact, handle with care. But the tarp covering it felt wrong. Heavy, like lead, but somehow alive, breathing in sync with my own terrified heart. It was a statue, I knew that much, something colossal, wrapped tight in canvas that seemed to squirm like snakeskin. I'd hauled odd things before. Sure. Farm equipment, chemicals. Once even a live bull that damn near put me in the ditch with its bellowing. But this felt different. This felt malevolent. The first sign was the weight. It was shifting, subtly, during the curves, like an enormous, restless sleeper repositioning in bed. I chalked it up to the road at first, the endless rhythm of the asphalt, but the feeling persisted. A low thrum vibrated through the frame of my rig, not mechanical, not the grumble of the tires, but something deeper. Something organic. I peered at my mirrors. The tarp was still lashed tightly. I told myself, but in the rear view it looked different somehow. It seemed to swell against the restraints, testing them like an animal in a cage. My breath hitched. My skin crawled with the chilling caress of dread. I tried to reassure myself. I needed to keep my head clear, keep it together. The highway unspooled before me, a black ribbon under a bruised sky. And the world seemed to shrink, to become about just this truck and the thing I was carrying. The wind howled, a mournful dirge against the cab, and the miles stretched endlessly. Each one a step deeper into some inescapable nightmare. The sun dipped, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and sickly purple, and I knew I had to find somewhere to pull over. The truck stop was a beacon in the gloom, a small island of light in the oppressive darkness. I backed into a slot, the trailer protesting with a long drawn-out screech that mirrored my own building anxiety. The moment I killed the engine, the silence roared. It pressed in, thick and cloying. The tarp, in the dim light of the parking lot, was definitely not still. The canvas shifted, rippled, the shadows taking on the shape of something within. It was like a giant heart beating, each pulse sending shivers through the metal of the trailer. I could feel it, in my bones, an awareness of a dark thing watching. I didn't want to look, but I had to. My gaze pulled like a moth to a flame. I took a deep, shaky breath. The canvas had loosened in places, and through the gaps, I could see glimpses of polished stone. Cold, imperfect, rough. I tried to tell myself it was the lighting shadows, nothing more. But no, something was pushing at the fabric, something solid, too defined for chance. It looked like fingers, or what could be seen as fingers, long and twisted, not human, not quite. I bolted from the cab, heart hammering against my ribs, desperate to put distance between myself and the thing I had unwittingly become a vessel for. The greasy spoon calf called out, promising stale coffee and grazy food. But even that seemed to offer little comfort now. Inside, the fluorescent lights hummed, and the air was thick with the smell of burnt bacon. The few other truckers present were silent, their faces etched with a wariness that matched my own. I ordered a coffee, black and strong, and watched, out of the corner of my eye, the parking lot. I expected to see the tarp move again, to witness something obscene crawl from the back of my rig, but all remained still. An uneasy stillness like the calm before a storm. I couldn't relax, even as the waitress refilled my mug. Back in the cab, I considered my options. Delivering this, whatever it was, felt like condemning myself. I had to get rid of it. Now. Somewhere far from any town, any road, the desert. Yes. The endless, desolate waste was the place. It was the only place. I pulled out of the truck stop, the trailer groaning behind me, and headed toward the horizon. The night was full of strange whispers, unseen shapes in the darkness, and I drove, faster and faster, a desperate, fleeing thing. The load moved behind me. I could feel its hunger, its growing awareness. I needed to hurry. I needed to run. The road twisted, bucked, and the silence grew deafening, until all I could hear was the grinding of my teeth, the frantic beating of my heart, and the soft, rhythmic thudding from the trailer. I pushed the pedal harder, desperate to reach the vast expanse of the desert, the place where I could finally rid myself of this horrific cargo. The final turn arrived, a dirt track leading off the main highway, beckoning me further into the wasteland. I took it, the truck bumping and rattling through the darkness. I saw it. In the glow of my headlights, a gully, deep and jagged perfect. I stopped the truck, the engine sputtering into silence, and for a moment, the world held its breath. The canvas ripped then, the sound like a monstrous sigh, and the statue emerged. It was colossal, towering over the trailer, its surface a mess of shadows. Stone, yes, but not inert. It had eyes. Empty sockets that seemed to suck the light from the world, and long, grotesque fingers that twitched, eager for something. For me. It began to move, sliding from the back of the rig, its weight causing the trailer to shudder and tilt. I backed away, scrambling out of the cab, but I was too slow. The statue loomed over me, casting a monstrous shadow that stretched across the desert. The wind howled, a banshee's cry, and I knew with a chilling certainty that this was it. The thing reached out for me, its stone fingers closing around my arm, and I screamed. A guttural, primal sound that was swallowed by the vast, uncaring night. It dragged me closer, its touch colder than death. The rough stone scraping against my skin, and my vision blurred. The desert was a canvas of black, the world collapsing around me. This was the end, I knew it. The end, with a cold hand wrapped around me. Story 36. The wipers slapped, a frantic rhythm against the windshield. The sky, bruised and swollen, had been threatening all day. I'd seen a few storms. Nothing unusual, just nature doing its dance. This felt different though. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles bone white. The air, thick and stagnant, seemed to weigh down on my chest, a suffocating blanket. The first drop hit the glass. Not rain, not water, blood, a deep, crimson splatter, like a wound opening before my very eyes. My breath hitched. I blinked, thinking it a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by too much coffee and too many miles. Another drop, then another and another. Soon the windshield was awash in a crimson tide. The deluge intensified, the splatterings turning into a horrifying, viscous downpour. I pulled the rig over, the tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle. Outside, the world was painted in shades of gore. Every surface glistened with a wet, red sheen. The blood, it wasn't just falling. It clung. It pulsed. It seemed to have a life of its own. I watched, paralyzed with horror, as blades of grass squirmed and twisted, their emerald green transformed into a sickly, veined crimson. They pulsed, like arteries trying to escape the soil. The leaves on a nearby tree swelled with the blood, throbbing like distended tumors. Their edges, sharp as razors, quivered. I could almost hear a faint, gurgling sound, a wet, organic whispering emanating from every corrupted plant. The blood collected in the ditches, forming thick, viscous pools. It rippled, not with wind, but with an internal movement, as if something lived beneath the surface, something hungry. The air was thick with the metallic stench, the cloying perfume of iron and decay. My stomach churned, and I gagged, the bile rising in my throat. This wasn't nature anymore. This was something else, something twisted and wrong, a perverse mockery of life itself. I slammed the door shut, locking myself in the cab, a pathetic attempt to create a sanctuary, a refuge from the unholy transformation unfolding around me. I looked at my hands. They were trembling like leaves in a storm. The skin, usually smooth, seemed to itch and crawl. The nails, they looked different, almost transparent, as if they were about to split open. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my shock. I needed to get out of here, to find some place where this This nightmare wasn't happening. I slammed the gear into drive, tires spitting gravel. The big rig lurched back onto the highway. I needed to outrun the storm, outrun the horror. But the blood, it seemed to follow, the downpour relentless, the world outside turning into a monstrous garden of pulsating, fleshy growths. The road ahead stretched, a blood-soaked ribbon disappearing into the horizon. Trees that had been vibrant green now looked like twisted, screaming entities, their branches gnarled and contorted, resembling grotesque limbs reaching out in supplication. Their leaves were no longer leaves, but bloated, vein-ridden sacks, their crimson surface glistening in the terrible light. I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. A rabbit. It had been a normal, fluffy rabbit. Now its fur was slick with blood. Its eyes glowed with an unholy light. Its ears, instead of standing erect, drooped and pulsed, like fleshy appendages filled with viscous fluid. Its tiny paws, they seemed to grasp the ground, not with delicate grace, but with a desperate, unnatural grip. I tried not to look, to focus on the road. But the blood, it was everywhere. The wipers struggled to keep the windshield clear, but the red, viscous liquid kept dripping over the glass, obscuring my vision. The wipers seemed to struggle, almost like they were fighting against something living, something that didn't want to be removed. I accelerated, the rig shaking. My hands white-knuckled on the wheel. A deer, or what was once a deer, crossed the road, its antlers now twisted sharp and red, almost like jagged daggers. It moved with unnatural speed. Its limbs elongated, its body distorted. It had two heads, where before there had been one. They turned independently, their eyes glowing with the same baleful light. I swerved to avoid it, the rig skidding on the blood-soaked pavement. My heart pounded against my ribs. I could feel the blood rising in my throat again, a bitter, metallic taste coating my tongue. This was a living nightmare, a grotesque perversion of everything I knew. This was not nature anymore. I looked again. The deformed deer, it wasn't alone. The entire forest had become an army of corrupted creatures, their eyes shining, their forms grotesque, all moving with a singular, unified purpose. The trees, they began to move, their roots tearing free from the ground, the blood acting as a lubricant, facilitating their horrifying locomotion. They lumbered like ancient, vengeful giants. Their branches, they reached out like grasping claws, and their leaves dripped the viscous blood, creating a terrible symphony of dripping, gurgling sounds. The air crackled, as if the world itself was groaning in agony. The blood, it didn't just corrupt, it reanimated, it twisted, it brought forth a new form of life. It felt ancient, malevolent, a sickness crawling across the landscape. And then I saw it, a figure on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a person, a survivor. But as I got closer, I saw. This was no person. It was human, once. But now it was a patchwork of flesh and corrupted plant matter, its limbs twisted, its skin a mottled mess of red and green. Its eyes, they were vacant, yet they seemed to see, to understand, to emanate a terrible hunger. It moved with an unnatural gait, its joints cracking, its body twitching. It raised a hand, a grotesque appendage of flesh and vine, and gestured towards me, a silent invitation, a terrifying beckoning. The blood poured down, covering everything. I had to get away. I stomped on the accelerator, the engine screaming. But as I did, I felt the first tremor. The steering wheel jerked in my hands, as if it was trying to wrestle free. The dashboard, it pulsed, the plastic warped and distorted. It was growing, feeding on the blood that had seeped into the cab. The seats squirmed, their leather stretching and tearing, sprouting tendrils of vine and flesh. The metal, it creaked and groaned. As the rig itself began to transform, to become a part of this terrible, living world. I looked out at the road, only now realizing that it was impossible to get away from this. The entire world was in chaos. The world was now alive. I watched as the windshield buckled under the strain, my eyes wide with the terror of understanding. I was being absorbed, consumed. And then the blood took me. Story 37, the asphalt. Stretched out, like a black, glistening tongue. Beckoning me further into the night. The rig, a metallic beast. It rumbled beneath me. Vibrating up through my spine. My hands, calloused and worn, gripped the steering wheel. I, Old Man Silas. A name whispered on the long haul roads. Not for any heroic deeds, but for my tenacity. Tonight, however, the miles felt different. Thicker somehow, like the air itself was a heavy, greasy blanket. The moon, a spectral eye. It peeked through the swirling clouds, casting long, distorted shadows. They danced and squirmed like tormented spirits on the roadside. I saw things in those shadows, flickers of movement, hints of shapes, twisted, inhuman shapes. I told myself it was fatigue, that this endless ribbon of highway was playing tricks on my mind. Still, the unease festered, a cold knot tightening in the pit of my stomach. I passed a diner, the sign flickering, a dying insect zapping against the glass. Inside, I could see figures, motionless figures, sitting at table eating, not talking, just still. Like mannequins in a macabre display window, I pressed on, faster. The feeling of being watched intensified, like unseen eyes boring into the back of my neck. The wind picked up, a mournful howl. It seemed to whisper things just beneath the threshold of hearing. Nonsensical syllables, chilling and unfamiliar. The trees along the road began to change. Their branches, long and gnarled. They reached out towards the cab, clawing at the air. Some of them moved, I swear it, swaying without the aid of the wind, their limbs contorting into unnatural angles. They had eyes. Yes, they did. Crude, misshapen knots in the wood that peered at me with an unsettling intelligence. And the leaves. They were not leaves. Not anymore. They resembled flesh. Gray, wrinkled flesh, hanging limply. A deer. A mangled carcass slumped in the middle of the road. Not a roadkill. No, it was deliberately placed. Its eyes were gone. Hollow sockets stared into the blackness of the night. The fur was matted, soaked with something that was not blood. It glistened like oil, a thick, viscous substance. I swerved around it, quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was wrong. This entire place was wrong. I kept driving, my knuckles turning white against the wheel. The ground began to shift. The smooth asphalt transformed. It became bumpy, unstable, like riding over buried bodies. Grotesque mounds pushed up from the earth, cracking the tarmac. Each one pulsed, a slow, rhythmic throbbing. It made the whole rig shudder, like a sick beast, and the smell, oh, a cloying sweetness, like rotting fruit mixed with something metallic, something raw, something undeniably organic. Then the lights, I saw them, in the distance. Not headlights, but something else, a cluster of pale, sickly yellow orbs. They moved slowly, deliberately through the trees. They floated, just above the ground. No bodies attached to them, just lights, piercing through the dark. They coalesced into a swirling mass of luminescent eyes, watching, waiting, coming. Closer. I slammed on the brakes, the rig skidding. I wanted to flee, but my muscles had turned to lead. The doors wouldn't open. Jammed, like they were welded shut. The windows, the glass was turning opaque. A milky white film was spreading across it. I pounded on the glass. Frantically, it was no use. I was trapped. I was a prisoner in my own metal tom. The lights had stopped. Right in front of me. They were all around the rig. Thousands of them. Pulsating, hypnotic. Then I heard it. A sound that defied all logic. A symphony of whispers. But the whispers were not just voices. They were thoughts. My thoughts. Uncovered, stripped bare. All my desires. All my deepest, darkest secrets, echoing in a chorus of malevolent glee. The glass began to vibrate. A low, bone-rattling frequency. The metal of the rig groaned and twisted. It started to warp, not from the impact, but from something else, something inside. The steering wheel contorted. It became fleshy. It squirmed in my hands like a captured serpent. The seats were morphing. They pulsed with a strange, warm, liquid light. It began to consume me. I looked down at my own hands. They were changing. The skin was cracking. It was peeling away, revealing something beneath. Something alien. My bones were shifting, rearranging, twisting into shapes they were never meant to be. A grotesque, writhing mass of flesh and bone. I could feel my own consciousness fading, being pulled out of me, into those lights. The rig was no longer a rig. It was a vessel, a chrysalis, a cocoon, and I was the thing inside, the thing being born. The lights pulsed brighter, the whispers intensified. They pulled me deeper. Into the oblivion, I saw my reflection, or what was left of it. In the distorted glass, it was not my face staring back. It was something ancient, something terrible, something hungry. My last coherent thought before the final darkness claimed me was one of pure, unadulterated horror. And then I was gone, my screams absorbed by the void. Story 38. The endless ribbon of asphalt, a black tongue licking at the underbelly of the night, always felt like a living thing, pulsating with some unseen, malevolent energy. I'd driven this stretch of Highway 66 countless times, each mile a familiar burn in my bones, a constant hum beneath the skin. But lately, the road had started to feel different. It was no longer just the road, it was a stage, and the play was a nightmare. It began, subtly, like a bad taste at the back of my throat. A persistent dream, the same one each night. I'd find myself trapped in a vast, desolate salt flat, the cracked earth stretching to an impossible horizon. The air, thick with a sulfurous stench, would vibrate with a low, guttural moan, a sound that seemed to claw its way up from the bowels of the planet. Above, a bruised, swollen sun bled across the sky, casting long, skeletal shadows that squirmed like tortured souls. And then, the creature. A thing of bone and shadow, with eyes like burning coals. That would emerge from the heat haze. It didn't move, not really. It simply existed, a monument to dread. Its gaze, a palpable weight, would bore into me, filling me with a cold, clammy terror. Then I'd wake, drenched, heart hammering against my ribs, the image seared onto the back of my eyelids. Initially, I chalked it up to stress, the long hauls, the loneliness, the sheer monotony. But the dream, it wouldn't let go. It grew each night, becoming more vivid, more real. The air became thicker, the stench more acrid, the creature's form more defined. I started to dread sleep, to fear the darkness, that portal to that horrifying place. It was as if my subconscious was playing host to something truly vile. Then I met him at a greasy spoon diner, just outside of Kingman. Frank, his name was. Another trucker, weathered and worn, his face etched with the same haunted exhaustion I felt mirrored in my own. We got to talking like truckers do, about the road, the loads, the never-ending grind. And then he mentioned his dreams, hesitantly, his eyes darting around the diner, as if someone might overhear the terrible confession. He spoke of a salt flat, a grotesque sun, a creature of bone and shadow. My blood went cold, the coffee, already lukewarm, turned to ice in my gut. He was describing my nightmare. Our nightmare. We sat there, stunned. The clatter of the diner fading into a dull roar, the weight of the shared horror pressing down on us like a physical thing. It was impossible, preposterous. Yet, here it was, staring us both in the face. We were linked, somehow, bound by this waking nightmare. We spent the next few hours comparing notes, each detail, each sensation matching perfectly. We were not just sharing a dream, we were sharing an experience. We were, in some twisted, incomprehensible way, a single entity when sleep took us. Fear, raw and visceral, clawed at me. This wasn't just a bad dream. It was something more, something ancient and malevolent. We tried everything to break the link. Different routes, sleeping pills, even staying awake for days. Nothing worked. Each night, the salt flat claimed us. The creature grew stronger, the sense of dread more acute. We realized the creature wasn't the only thing to fear. There was something else. Something darker, in the very fabric of the dream. We could feel it, the presence of something malevolent and powerful that was feeding on our fear. waiting for the moment we were both most vulnerable. Then, one night, something shifted. The salt flat was no longer barren. A twisted, skeletal tree now stood in the center. Its branches gnarled and reaching, each tip dripping with what looked like congealed blood. The creature was larger, more substantial, its eyes burning with an unholy light, and we felt it. A connection, a cord between Frank and I, a shimmering, gossamer thread that pulsed with an unnatural glow. We understood, instinctively, with a bone-deep, terrifying certainty. Only one of us would leave the dream alive. The nightmare was no longer just a shared experience, it was a contest. A death match. Panic seized me, a cold, sickening wave. I looked around the vast plain, searching for an escape, for some way out of this terrible trap. But there was nothing, just salt, the grotesque tree, and the looming figure of bone and shadow. I could feel Frank's presence, a flicker in the periphery of my vision. It felt like a struggle, not a physical one, but a fight for consciousness. A desperate attempt to break free from the binding nightmare. The shimmering cord that connected us began to pulse faster, glowing with a fierce intensity that was making the air crackle around it. The creature, drawn to the connection, began to move, slowly, deliberately, its shadow growing long, stretching like a grasping hand, inching towards the cord. I had to do something. I tried to pull away from the link, to sever it, to break free of Frank's consciousness, but it was like trying to escape gravity. The cord pulsed again, and I could feel his fear. His own struggle to sever the connection, but we were trapped, entwined in the tendrils of the nightmare. The creature lunged, not with speed, but with a deliberate, agonizing slowness. Its bony hand reaching for the cord, its burning eyes fixated on our connected forms. I pushed, with every last fiber of my being pulling, wrenching, screaming into the silence, trying to escape, trying to break us free. The creature was close, so very close. Then, with a final, desperate surge, a feeling like 1,000,000 volts of electricity coursing through my body, the connection snapped. The salt flat dissolved, the creature shrieked, a terrible sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of the dream. I found myself, gasping, heart hammering, back in my truck. The familiar surroundings of the cabin feeling surreal after what I had experienced. The sun was just beginning to paint the eastern horizon with the pale hues of dawn. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that Frank was gone, swallowed whole by the nightmare. I was alive, but I was not untouched. The salt flat, the creature, the cord, all of it was burned into my mind, a permanent scar on my soul. And now I knew there was only one thing to do. I had to keep moving. The night, the highway, they were still there, waiting for me, whispering insidious promises in the dark. Story 39. The endless ribbon of asphalt, shimmering under the malevolent stare of the midday sun, stretched before me. Heat, a thick, suffocating blanket, clung to the cab of my rig. I glanced up at the rearview mirror, a habit, a reflex, as ingrained as breathing. Just a quick check, a routine, but my breath hitched, caught in the back of my throat like a jagged bone. There he was. Me. Or rather, a horrifying, meticulously crafted imitation of me. He sat in the mirror, a perfect, chilling duplicate. Same weathered face, same stubble, same wary eyes. Except his eyes, they held something else. A cold, predatory gleam. An icy hunger that made my blood run like chilled mercury. He wasn't just looking at me. He was studying me, dissecting me with that glacial stare. It was a violation, a grotesque intimacy that sent shivers crawling down my spine. I adjusted the mirror, a desperate attempt to banish him, to make him disappear like some nightmarish figment of exhaustion. But he remained, stubbornly, relentlessly. His lips curled into a slow, cruel smile, a grotesque parody of my own. Each twitch, each shift in his expression was echoed in my own body, a puppet controlled by some unseen, malevolent force. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. He knuckles white as bone. I was trapped, a prisoner in my own moving tomb. The landscape outside became a blurry, distorted smear. The trees, once familiar, now looked like skeletal figures clawing at the sky. The sun, no longer a source of warmth, felt like a spotlight exposing every flaw, every fear, every vulnerability. I tried to focus on the road ahead, to block out the reflection, to pretend it wasn't there. I started humming to myself any tune I could remember. But the sound came out, weak and trembling, like the death rattle of a dying bird, and his humming echoed mine in the mirror, a macabre dute, a mocking, twisted lullaby. I accelerated, hoping to outrun him, to shake him loose like some persistent parasite. The truck, a beast of metal and might, roared down the highway. But he kept pace, unperturbed, grinning like a gull at a feast. He was always there. A spectral passenger, his presence a constant, suffocating dread. His smile widened, and I began to feel a searing pain deep within my chest, like my ribs were slowly being pried open. A strange, cold pressure building behind my eyes. It was coming from him. It was feeding off of me. The feeling intensified, the pressure building to an unbearable crescendo. I swerved violently, the truck swaying precariously, almost losing control. Maybe I could crash. Maybe that would stop him. Maybe that would stop the pain. A dark laugh erupted from my reflection. A harsh, guttural sound that made me wince. It was not my laugh. It was something ancient, something monstrous. He didn't want me to crash. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying my terror. He raised a hand in the mirror, and at first I thought that he was mirroring me. Then, I realized that was not my hand. That hand was deformed, pale and twisted, like the hand of a corpse, recently unearthed from some unholy ground. It reached out, towards me through the glass, a spectral claw. The air in the cab thickened, becoming heavy, viscous, like some diseased swamp. The temperature dropped, each breath turning into a painful, ragged gasp. The truck started to shake violently, as if caught in some unearthly tremor. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. My throat felt constricted, swollen, like it was filled with hot tar. The hand in the mirror moved closer. Its pale fingers brushed against the glass, leaving no smudge, no fingerprint. Just a deep, chilling cold that seeped into my bones. He was close. Too close, and I knew what he wanted. He wanted to become me. To rip his way out of the mirror and take my place in the world. To taste my life, my soul, my flesh. The pressure in my chest intensified, spreading like a malignant cancer. I gasped, choked, my vision blurring. The spectral hand reached out. And then, it did something I did not expect. It started to peel back the mirror, like it was nothing more than a cheap sticker. Slowly, it rolled back, revealing a void, a blackness that swallowed all light. The abyss stared into me, and something began to emerge from that void. Something slick, something wet. My doppelganger. He was climbing out of the mirror. His legs were pulled free. His torso followed. It was like watching a gull slithering from a grave. He reached out with both hands, now free of the confines of the reflective glass, and grabbed my head, forcing me towards the void that had just birthed him. I thrashed, I kicked, but it was futile. His grip was like ice, cold and unbreakable. I was being pulled through the mirror. My body was being distorted, elongated, stretching like taffy. I could see his grin, a monstrous chasm filled with jagged teeth. The abyss welcomed me with open arms. And in the last seconds, before my body was fully consumed, I saw something. A new reflection in the rearview mirror. Me, or rather him. He sat there, behind the wheel, grinning as he piloted my vehicle down the road. He was now in control, and I was gone. Story 40. The highway stretched, a black, oily ribbon unspooling into the inky maw of the night. My rig, a metal behemoth named Bessie, rumbled beneath me. A familiar vibration that once brought comfort, now just a numb pulse in my gut. I drove, or rather, my body did, because my mind felt fuzzy. Like a photograph left out in the sun, slowly bleaching away. It started subtly, the forgetting little things. I misplaced my favorite cap, the one with the faded eagle. I couldn't recall my favorite breakfast spot in Tucson. that crazy spoon with the best chorizo. Then it escalated. Conversations with dispatch faded into static. The faces of other truckers, once etched in my memory, became blurred, indistinct. Like watercolors running in the rain. My wife, Sarah. I knew I had a wife named Sarah, her name a lighthouse in the thick fog that was becoming my brain. But her face, her voice, the way she laughed, all were dimming. I grasped for them, like reaching for smoke, my fingers closing around nothing but cold air. Fear, a primal icy terror, began to gnaw at me. One night, on a desolate stretch of road in Nevada, the forgetting took on a new, horrifying dimension. The sky was a bruised purple, and the moon, a skeletal fingernail in the heavens. I pulled over to stretch my legs, and as I did I saw it. Lurking just beyond the headlights, in the periphery, a formless thing. It was not a beast, not as I understood the term. It was more like a void, a patch of darkness that seemed to suck the very light around it, twisting the air into sickening ripples. It shifted, an oily silhouette, its edges blurring like ink in water, and a low hum. A sound that felt more than it was heard, vibrated through the chassis of Bessie. It smelled, if it could be said to have a scent, of old parchment, dust, and the metallic tang of old blood. It was watching me. I felt it, a gaze that penetrated to my very marrow, and it wasn't hungry for my flesh, it was hungry for me. It was hungry for what made me me. It wanted my mind, my life, my past. When I finally snapped out of it, the creature was gone. But I felt depleted. A memory of fishing with my dad, the cool lake water, the glint of sunlight on the reel, was gone. Swallowed whole, like a pebble dropped into a bottomless abyss. And the loss, oh God, the loss was agonizing. It was as if a vital organ had been ripped from my soul, leaving a raw, gaping wound. I started trying to remember, desperately clawing for anything I could hold on to. I scribbled names, dates, places, on any piece of paper I could find, stuffing them in the glove compartment, pinning them to the dashboard. I was becoming a walking archive of my own fading life, a curator in my own personal museum of memories that were slowly being looted. The nights grew longer, the roads darker, and the presence of the thing was becoming a constant companion. I saw it, or felt it, lurking in the shadows of truck stops, in the reflections of puddles, even in the blank stare of oncoming headlights. It was always there, a constant, silent thief, feasting on the core of my being. One cold, rainy morning in Wyoming, I felt it more intensely than ever. I had just finished a cup of black coffee, the bitter taste doing little to clear the fog in my mind, and the creature was practically breathing down my neck. I could feel its presence, a dark pressure at the edge of my consciousness. I closed my eyes and concentrated, trying to remember my daughter Emily, the sound of her little shoes on the hardwood floor, the soft scent of her hair, gone, vanished, like dust carried away in a gust of wind. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. I stumbled out of Bessie, desperate for anything that could break the constant pressure. I stood there in the rain, the icy water plastering my hair to my face. It was no use. The thing was all around me. I remember being at a picnic with my family. The sun was warm, and the smell of barbecue was in the air. Sarah's laugh, her bright and happy smile, flickered in my mind like a dying candle. No. The memory wasn't flickering, it was being pulled, sucked, stolen away. I threw my head back and bellowed out in pure anguish. It was a primal roar of a wounded animal that was on the verge of death. It felt like my mind was becoming one with the darkness, a black hole of emptiness in the middle of my skull. I scrambled back into the cab, fumbling with the ignition, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I needed to run, to get away from it, even if I knew it was a futile gesture. The creature was part of me now, a parasite that burrowed too deep to be expelled. The engine, when it roared to life, seemed like a distant thing, and I gripped the wheel with a white-knuckle grip, and I pulled back onto the road. I looked in the rearview mirror, and there it was, a formless darkness, slowly becoming clearer, coming closer. With each passing minute, it was no longer in the periphery. It was right behind me. I slammed the pedal to the floor, the tires screaming in protest as Bessie accelerated. The creature kept pace effortlessly, its form solidifying, becoming more defined, and a chilling understanding washed over me. I wasn't running from it. I was leading it home. I was the conduit. I was the vessel, and my memories were the fuel, powering it into this world. It grew closer, a vortex of darkness that was consuming everything that it had touched, including me. I felt my mind finally becoming its own, as the final memories, the names of my family, of Sarah, of Emily, were finally swallowed whole. My identity was ripped away, leaving me an empty husk, a vehicle for something old and terrible. The last thought, or feeling rather, I had was one of profound emptiness and a disturbing kind of satisfaction. And the void opened its jaws and embraced me into its cold, unfeeling grasp. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.